Calling the meeting to order for Monday, August 8th. If we could, Katie, please have the announcement line.
Good evening. City Council welcomes feedback from the public, both on matters appearing on the agenda and during public invited to be heard. If you would like to speak and have not already spoken to an operator, please press *3. For those watching on Channel 8, call 855-695-3475 and press *3 when connected. You will hear a prompt confirming you are in line to speak to an operator and then be able to continue listening to the meeting. When the operator comes online, please be ready to give them your name and agenda item you wish to speak on. Please keep in mind you must press *3 before the city clerk reads the title of the item you are wishing to speak on. As a reminder, Council does not allow comments on any items on the agenda during public invited to be heard, and each speaker is allowed 3 minutes, and public invited to be heard is limited to 1 hour in total. Thank you.
Clerk, now please call the roll.
Mayor Kaufman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Here.
Councilmember Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Drinsky.
Here.
Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Marcano.
Present.
Councilmember Medina.
Here.
Councilmember Murillo.
Present.
Councilmember Sundberg.
Here.
And Councilmember Zvonek.
Here.
There's a quorum.
Please join me in an invocation. O Lord our God and our Father, we come to you and we ask that you would look upon this particular gathering tonight, to keep us safe and guide us in our decisions. Bless our city with honorable citizens, industries, sound education, and good government. Unite our community together. Even though we come from different backgrounds, we pray that there be justice and peace in our city. Give the City Council and citizens the wisdom, direction, and sensitivity to the business and proceedings before us tonight. Hear us, therefore, as we commit this meeting to the help of the community. Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Approval of the minutes for July 5th, 2022. Motion.
Mayor, motion to approve the minutes.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, second by
Sundberg.
Councilmember Sundberg. Discussion.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, just need to make a correction on the first sentence on 10G, to basically add Mayor Pro Tem Bergen said that she advocated for the Southeast Rec Center, and then it's the rest, but did not have the necessary votes, blah, blah, blah. Thank you.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
just want to clarify that it's July 25th, not 5th.
I'm sorry.
Just that the minutes we're approving are for July 25th.
Right.
July 5th. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of the minutes for July 25th, 2022.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Medina.
Yes.
Lawson. Yes. Murillo.
Yes.
And Drinsky.
Yes.
The motion passes to adopt the July 25th, 2022 meeting minutes.
A swearing-in ceremony of Poet Laureate.
And if Ms. Fox will join us down here in front of the dais. And if Ms. Fox's friends or family want to come forward, you're more than welcome to come forward and take pictures or video while we're doing the swearing in. Feel free to do so. Here. Here they come. Hi. Congratulations. You have a few, don't you? That's great. Well, it's my great honor to administer the oath as our next poet laureate. So if you please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Asia Fox, having been duly appointed as Aurora Poet Laureate, do swear or affirm that I will perform the duties and responsibilities of this appointment, which includes raising awareness of the power of poetry and the spoken word, assisting Aurora residents in the sharing of their stories, and championing literacy as a city and library ambassador, doing so in accordance with the Constitution and laws of the United States of America and the state of Colorado, the ordinances of the city of Aurora, and the principles set for the role of the city's poet laureate to the best of my judgment and ability. So help me God. Again, congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir.
And I believe that we have some entertainment tonight, if I am correct in that. Oh, I'm going to do the proclamation. Let the record reflect that I was not asked to be part of the entertainment tonight. I'm very disappointed. But
We
I
expect,
will read the proclamation.
we expect you to dance.
Whereas the city of Aurora is an international community that treasures our diverse population from all corners of the world, enriching us with various languages, cultures, skills, and ideas, and whereas Aurora supports cultural diversity and efforts to integrate immigrant and refugee residents into the community, and whereas our city created the Office of International and Immigrant Affairs to manage international relations and to lead city efforts to integrate immigrants and refugees into the civic, economic, and political life of the city, and whereas the city of Aurora is a national leader in immigrant integration and international programs, and whereas Aurora's premier international event, Global Fest, is a yearly occasion celebrating the people within its vast cultures and communities, as well as diversity and inclusion. And whereas, as part of International Month celebrations, the city will host the annual naturalization ceremony at Council Chambers on August 24th in partnership with the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, along with other international activities and events. Now, therefore, I, Mike Coffin, Mayor of the City of Aurora, Colorado, do hereby proclaim August 2022 as Aurora International Month, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Aurora, Colorado, to be affixed this 8th day of August 2022. Mike Coffin, Mayor, Aurora, Colorado. And
on the behalf of the international community, we are very happy to have these proclamations. And then on this occasion, I just want to invite you all to Global Feast on August 20, Saturday, August 20, from 11 until 6 p.m. Global Feast it's not only for Aurora, it's one of the Colorado attractive. And then don't miss it, and then be Saturday, August 20, here at the Great Lawn. Thank you, guys, and then I'm really happy on behalf of the international community to have this proclamation.
thank you so much. The City of Aurora is the most diverse city in the state of Colorado, with 20% of our residents born outside the United States, and one of the most diverse in the United States. And I want to thank all the immigrant communities for continually feeding me great food, but it has grown on me, and I think I need to start wearing a sign that says, "Don't feed the mayor." Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, 2, 5.
Thank you. Public invited to be heard.
Mayor, we have two individuals in person, David Sapp, followed by Emily O'Brien.
Thank you. Before I get started, a couple things. Number one, thank you to the international group. That was really great. And if the city council would have bought hamburgers over at In-N-Out, we could have had dinner and a show. So
There we go.
thank you. But real quick on a ground rule, am I going to get cut off right at 15 minutes?
I'm sorry, David Sapp.
Okay, I'm sorry that this is not, I will call you up.
Oh, you will call me.
And of course,
Okay.
cut you off
I
at the 15-minute
apologize.
mark.
I thought I heard my name.
No,
and-
I'm sorry.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, David, did you sign up online for public invited to be heard?
I did, because I didn't know for sure if I still had to do that, being the appellant or not.
No, you do not.
Oh,
No.
I don't.
So that will be
Okay,
later
so
on
I'll be
in the
back.
agenda. Okay, we have Emily O'Brien.
Hello, Mr. Mayor Kaufman, Counsel, and Mr. Sunderberg of Ward 2. My name is Emily O'Brien. I live at 24027 East 3rd Place, Aurora, Ward 2. The Cross Creek community and Aurora residents are very concerned about the safety of the intersection at East 6th Parkway and North Catawba Way. East 6th Parkway is 6 lanes of traffic with 2 additional turn lanes, making it 8 lanes of traffic with cross traffic east and west across North Catawba. Our community pool and clubhouse are on the southwest corner of East 6th Parkway, as well as townhomes and a condominium complex. The east side of East 6th Parkway is the Cross Creek subdivision, as well as Vista Peak Preparatory High School. This intersection has no stop signs, no traffic light, no crosswalks, no school zone, no traffic circle, no police trafficking patrolling, and posted speed limit of 45 miles per hour that most ignore and drive at 55 miles per hour plus. This intersection sits on a blind corner, has large real estate signs and vegetation in the median obstructing the views of drivers and walkers in all directions. We have children and families crossing 8 lanes of traffic to go to school, the pool, parks, and to work. Again, no traffic safety devices or markings whatsoever. We have brand new high school drivers trying to navigate crossing or turning left at this very busy and dangerous intersection. Our community submitted a traffic calming application to the city of Aurora 2 years ago. The city came back to us saying there isn't enough traffic to warrant any changes. These traffic studies were completed in the last 2 years when we were under COVID restrictions. The schools and pool were closed, and many were not leaving home for work. So there likely was less traffic, but that intersection was still unsafe, and we still saw regular accidents and many, many close calls. We have also experienced a lot of growth in our area, making this intersection almost impossible to navigate. Growth, including the upcoming proposed 270-unit complex on 8 acres, landmark at Town Center. This is at the corner of this very same, already dangerous intersection. You're aware of this proposed complex as it is on the agenda as well this evening. A 4-way stop was recently added to East Stephen Hogan Parkway and North Piccadilly Road. This intersection has 2 lanes of traffic with no obstructed views, no pool, no parks, no schools, no multifamily housing, and only 1 small housing development. The city was able to justify putting a 4-way stop at that intersection, but
Emily,
not ours.
You've reached your 3 minutes.
Why? I have 2 more. like small, brief things. We had a young woman tragically lose her life at this intersection just a few days ago on August the 4th. Our heartfelt sympathy goes to her and her family. This death could have been prevented with better decisions from our city leaders.
I'm sorry, your time is up, and we will, Councilmember Sundberg and myself will follow up with you.
Okay.
Mayor, may I make a brief comment?
Please proceed.
The comment is good news on Emily's inquiry that the city has agreed to move forward with a traffic signal there.
In 2 years.
Well, they've agreed sooner than later.
We've already lost one person. I'd hate to lose a child. Thank you very much.
Further public invited to be heard?
That was the last person.
Very well. Adoption of the agenda, and there we need to include the appeal for the landmark at Town Center site plan, and the ability for, is it just the applicant? No. The appellant to speak, I'm sorry, for 15 minutes. Motion?
Mayor, motion to approve or to adopt the agenda with the appeal.
So it's been moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by?
Bergen.
Seconded by Councilmember Marcano to adopt the agenda with a 15-minute presentation by the appellant. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of 8A.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
The motion passes to adopt the agenda with the appellant presentation.
Adoption of the consent calendar, item number 9A through 9K.
Mayor,
Councilmember Gardner.
motion to approve the consent calendar, items 9A through 9K.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by?
Bergen.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to approve consent calendar item number 9A through 9K. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano?
Thank you, sir. I'd like to pull 9A.
I'll amend the motion, items 9B through 9K.
I'm sorry,
9B through 9K.
to pull 9B through 9K?
No, he's
Amend the
approving.
motion.
Okay, okay.
I'll second.
Is there any, well, let me just, okay. Okay, is there further discussion? Okay, the question before us is the adoption of the consent calendar, item number 9B through, excuse me, 9K. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of the consent calendar, item number 9B through 9K.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
The motion passes to adopt the consent calendar with item 9A removed.
Would the clerk now please read the title to item number 9A?
Item 9A is consideration to award a single-source contract to Evoqua Water Technologies, Sarasota, Florida, in the not-to-exceed amount of $437,250 for the purchase of Acta Chlor 25 water treatment chemical as required by Aurora Water through July 31st, 2023.
Brief presentation by staff.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Marshall Brown, General Manager of Aurora Water. So this item is to request the purchase of a chemical, sodium chloride, that's used to disinfect our water supplies before we distribute them to the public. We are seeing dramatic increases in all of our chemical costs over the last year or two. Fuel costs have affected that, availability, processing, et cetera. So this request is about $100,000 or close to 25% higher than it was last time we had to bring it before council.
Questions of staff?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Marshall, for that presentation. So I just want to clarify, you said it's 25% different. The backup says 32.5. Was there a change or?
No, roughly 25, so 32 is correct.
Okay, all right, great, thank you. And
I understand that we also have equipment that is effectively proprietary and that this vendor doesn't allow other folks to service, so that was part of what led this proposal here. I'm just curious, because you mentioned, or rather it was mentioned in the backup here, that there's other companies such as International Dioxide who produce sodium chlorite, and I'm just wondering, is this pretty large markup that we're seeing common through other providers of just the chemicals as well?
It is. We're seeing, this is actually, Councilman Marcano, thanks for the question. This is actually on the low end of some of the increases we're seeing. We're seeing increases up to 88%, sometimes over 50%. So this is one of the smaller increases. We're scrambling, negotiating, trying to find chemical contracts as cost effectively as we can, but pretty much all of them have gone up significantly.
Okay, thank you. That adds a lot of context. Makes me feel a lot better about this. I do have one more question for you on this. With the fact that there's, this isn't just a vendor that sells this chemical compound that we utilize, but they also have a basically proprietary equipment that we're utilizing. Do you see any long-term vulnerability from continued large price increases since we're using a sole source provider for this, that we could maybe transition towards competitive bid? Or is this kind of like a standard practice for this area?
Yeah, another good question. A lot of the equipment that we end up using in the water utilities is very specialized equipment, and there's only a select few vendors of that equipment. So what we run into is once we design the facility, we go through the competitive process, try to get prices where they need to be, and then we kind of get locked in typically with a specific vendor. Now, the good news on this, again, is that as the markets trend, they do trend together. So if we see a vendor or a company that's going crazy on us, we do sometimes shift systems, but there is a new investment in infrastructure, so which can be considerable. As the infrastructure ages, we do have that opportunity periodically, but this one will probably be with these guys for a little while longer.
All right, thank you so much, Marshall. Appreciate it.
Further questions to staff?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. And the other vendor that is able to provide this chemical, it was in the backup that they're unable to provide maintenance service on the equipment. So that was one of the key reasons why we need to go with this particular vendor.
Yeah, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We can sometimes split the chemical delivery away from the maintenance of the equipment. So we'll do that if we can, if there is a cost savings. But again, all the chemical prices have gone up significantly. So in this case, it made more sense to keep them grouped together.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions to staff? Seeing none, discussion? Did I already move? Was it already moved? Okay, motion is in order.
Mayor?
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Move to approve 9A.
Moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by?
Bergen, but with a waiver of reconsideration.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem with a waiver of reconsideration. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, question before us is the adoption of item number 9A. Call for the question.
Mayor Kaufman?
Mayor votes yes.
The motion passes to adopt item 9A.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 10A.
Item 10A is Resolution 2022-147, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, expressing the Aurora City Council's support of the First Amendment to an IGA between the City of Aurora, Colorado, acting by and through its utility enterprise, and the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District, DBA Mile High Flood District, regarding design and construction of drainage and flood control improvements for Murphy Creek at Yell and Jewel Avenues. And Mayor, we do have an individual who signed up to speak on this item.
What procedurally, is it the public invited to be heard first, or is it the presentation by staff?
We could do the public invited to be heard, and then staff, and then question.
Okay, public invited to be heard.
Bonnie Rader. Okay, it looks like they are not here.
Brief presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Sarah Young, Deputy Director, Aurora Water Planning and Engineering. This 10A item is, as was mentioned, an amendment to a Mile High Flood District for a combined project in the Murphy Creek area. The reason that we've done that is the two projects are very similar and it'd be the same contractor, so we'll see some cost efficiencies by doing that. The first part of the project is a combination with Mile High Flood District. It's actually for drop structures that will help prevent erosion along the main stem of the Murphy Creek corridor. The second project is actually an Aurora water only project, but as we mentioned, combined for some cost efficiencies. And the purpose of that project is actually to reroute stormwater conveyance on the south side of Murphy Creek to go around our Murphy Creek pond. That is currently inadvertently connected to the Murphy Creek pond. So as the south side of Murphy Creek develops, it's going to be important to disconnect that and lead it directly to the Mile High stem so that we remain in compliance with our Regulation 84 reuse water supply. So that's the importance of that project. This amendment is for additional funding from Mile High Flood District to contribute based on some additional funding that was allocated, but there aren't additional financial contributions at this time. I will mention that we did hear from Mrs. Rader and another resident earlier about concerns associated with the proximity to the Laureate Superfund site. I will mention that we did do 5 boreholes in our geotechnical investigation that did have groundwater in them, and none of them had dioxane. However, we're only at 30% design and will continue to follow any requested water quality sampling in the process of design, which should be complete late next year, construction later next year, and potentially early in 2024.
Questions of staff?
Mayor.
Councilmember Sundberg.
Sarah, one of the residents, and I do believe it was Bonnie, was concerned about the well-being of those wells, so to speak. Will they be affected at any way?
So this project actually isn't the installation of any wells. It's just a stormwater conveyance, so it's relatively shallow, and then the drop structures are just basically rock or concrete in some cases across the channel that are also not very deep. So we're not installing any wells as a part of this project.
So no existing wells will be affected?
No
Or monitoring
existing
wells.
existing monitoring wells will not be affected by this project.
Thank
no.
you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. On the funding, you said that the city would not incur any costs for this amendment. Did Mile High contribute in partnership with us on the original?
They did, yeah. They did have an original contribution of funding, but they identified some additional funding that they were able to allocate to the project. So that'll carry everything that doesn't get spent on design, which is a significant amount of that $650 will get spent on construction.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions of staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to approve 10A.
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Sundberg.
Councilmember Sundberg to approve item number 10A. Discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 10A. Call for the question on 10A.
Councilmember Murillo, we need your vote. The motion passes to adopt Resolution 2022-147.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 10B?
Item 10B is Resolution 2022-148, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, expressing the Aurora City Council support of the 13th Amendment to an IGA between the City of Aurora, Colorado, acting by and through its utility enterprise and the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District, DBA Mile High Flood District, regarding design and construction of drainage and flood control improvements for the first creek detention upstream of I-70.
Representation by staff.
So item number 10B is, as stated, is an additional amendment to a Mile High Flood District IGA. This is a project for a regional stormwater detention pond at First Creek. It's located south of I-70 and just east of E470. And the construction for this project is anticipated to be $12 million. And so both agencies have been contributing funds annually to save up for the construction of this project. This amendment will allow us to be at approximately $9.3 million. So we do anticipate additional amendments in future years to help save up for the entirety of the construction.
Questions of staff? Motion is in order. Councilmember McConnell.
All right, sorry. Thank you, Mayor. Move to approve 10B.
Moved by Councilmember McConnell, seconded by
Sundberg.
Councilmember Sundberg to approve item number 10B. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of item number 10B. Call for the question on item number 10B.
The motion passes to adopt Resolution 2022-148.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 10C.
Mayor, point of order. Ms. Rader was apparently trying to call in and comment and wasn't able to access that, so I don't know.
On which?
On the prior item, the.
On item
Murphy
10A.
Creek.
Yeah, I'm watching them screen the calls right now, and I haven't seen her either.
Yeah, apparently she somehow wasn't able to get the call in, so is there some other opportunity that she will have to speak and to comment?
Well, the vote has already been cast. Can she, well, I suppose,
We don't have an end of the meeting.
I don't think there's any procedure for this, I'm sorry.
I would defer to the city attorney, and I would say it was council's decision on whether or not they would like to hear the comment.
So they can get a hold of Sarah to have that discussion.
Okay.
Right, so
But there's no, procedurally, she can't.
No.
Okay.
And Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem?
we did get an email, all of the council, from Ms. Rader as well.
Okay, very well. Okay, clerk, now please read the title to item number 10C.
Item 10C is Resolution 2022-149, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, approving the contract for purchase of Western Mutual Ditch Company stock from Florence J. Anon.
A brief presentation by staff.
Yes, good evening. For the record, my name is Alexandra Davis, Water Resources Deputy Director at the Aurora Water Department. This acquisition is a relatively straightforward acquisition of 12.5 shares of the Western Mutual Ditch Company. The total cost will be $1.875 million, and we look to close in as soon as September 14th.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor, I move to approve 10C.
It's been moved by Councilmember Lawson, seconded by
Coombs.
Seconded by Councilmember Zavonic to approve item number 10C. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, question before us is the adoption of item number 10C. Call for the question on item number 10C.
The motion passes to adopt Resolution 2022-149.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 10D.
Item 10D is Resolution 2022-150, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, ratifying the purchase of water rights owned by Castle Pines North Metro District.
Brief presentation by staff.
Yes, good evening, Alex Davis again. This transaction is a little more unique. Council may remember that these water rights became available through a public auction and bid process in the summer of 2021. The City of Aurora bid on those water rights, and we had the winning bid by virtue of the amount that we had bid in the Castle Pines North Metro District, determining that our bid was the most favorable to them. Later that fall, in October, when Castle Pines North Board made that decision, another bidder, the City of Brighton, did not agree with the decision, and they brought a lawsuit to request that they be allowed to purchase some of the water rights. Aurora was not initially named in the lawsuit, but we intervened and participated in that suit and entered into mediation several months ago. The result of that mediation was that we did concede a small portion of one of the ditch companies, and Brighton was satisfied with that piece of water, allowing us to purchase the rest. This resolution is to ratify that decision that was made in the process of the litigation. The final purchase price is $15.4 million, and that is for 2.25 shares of the Lupton Bottom Ditch Company, 7 shares of the Meadow Island No. 1 Ditch Company, 105 shares of the Fulton Irrigation Ditch Company. I'm sorry, it's slightly less of the Fulton and Irrigation Ditch Company. It was 65 shares because Brighton received the other 55 shares, and 0.5 shares of the Platteville Milling and Irrigating Ditch Company, and 2 junior storage decrees.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to approve 10D.
It's moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by?
Marcano.
Seconded by Councilmember McConnell to approve item number 10D. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, question before us is the adoption of item number 10D. Call for the question on item number 10D.
The motion passes to adopt Resolution 2022-150.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 10E.
Item 10E is Resolution 2022-151, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, approving purchase and sale agreement for water rights and real property from the Miller Family Farm, LLC.
Brief presentation by staff.
Yes, this purchase is very exciting to the Water Department. It is the first Platteville Irrigating and Milling Company ditch shares that we've been able to purchase in some time. It brings our total ownership, Aurora's total ownership of that ditch company up to 18.88%. It has a future potential purchase of 1/2 of a share, and it also includes river bottom lands between 2 of our future storage facilities, which will allow either use for wells or for more storage. It gives us additional flexibility in our North Campus area. The negotiated price was $24 million for both the land and the water, and was the result of fairly complicated negotiations.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to approve 10E.
It's been moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by
Sundberg.
Councilmember Sundberg to approve item number 10E. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of item number 10E. Call for the question on item number 10E.
Councilmember Lawson?
Yes.
The motion passes to adopt Resolution 2022-151.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 10F.
Item 10F is Resolution 2022-152, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, approving lease agreement between the City of Aurora and Aurora Economic Opportunity Coalition.
Brief presentation by staff.
Good evening. My name is Tom Clark, Senior Real Estate Specialist within the Public Works Department. I'm joined this evening by Reed Heddick of the Aurora Economic Opportunity Coalition.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. The EEAOC was formed about 6 years ago, and it was actually the brainchild of Sally Monet, then Ward 1 Council rep. And it was an effort to bring dignity and a little bit of structure to the day labor system and workers. They had been gathering on those corners for years and years and years, and we assume they will continue to. They'll probably outlast all of us. But there were some things that were certainly not safe about those practices, and so we brought some structure that provided some safety. And as a result, a number of other things took place. We were very pleased to be one of the first awardees of a grant from Transforming Safety for the state of Colorado, and have received that grant each year since then, understanding that our organization and training and work with the day laborers and the people in that community has really had a calming effect in the entire community. In fact, the Aurora Police Department has been very active working with us for a couple of different events and trainings and things to make sure that people understood what was required of them and the way to be able to sort of calm things in that area. In COVID, obviously, things made somewhat of an adjustment for us, and we were actually asked by the state and by Tri-County Health to do some vaccination and some vaccination information sessions, and did that quite a lot over the years. And then more recently, again, we've been working with the Aurora Police Department, worked with Councilmember Gardner to do a gun buyback program in the parking lot and a variety of other kind of community building activities. And so we are pleased with our relationship with the city and appreciate your support in the past and ask for it again tonight.
Questions of staff for Pastor Reed Hedrick?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, and thank you, Pastor. So I was here when, and so was Councilmember Lawson when it was brought up by Councilmember Marnier. So it's for a 3-year term, and the rent is $10 a year, is that right?
Yes,
Or
that is what it
staff,
has
maybe.
been, and we are requesting a continuation of that.
Okay. And you said during the pandemic, it really, there was not a lot, obviously, going on with day laborers at that time?
Well, day laborers were certainly there, and the transactions took place, but we did not have them come inside the building. We did not do some of the training things inside that we had in the past. We had to adjust to doing some things in a parking lot and some things we just could not do because of the pandemic.
Okay, and that will now resume?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of staff for Pastor Reed Hedrick?
Mayor.
Councilmember Medina.
Excuse me. I just want to let everybody know, I also sit on that AEOC board as well.
Further questions of staff for Pastor Reed Hedrick? Seeing none, motion is in order.
If I may, Mayor, there's one slight amendment to Section 8.6 of the lease before you all.
Okay.
It should read 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay.
with that amendment.
I'd like to make one clarification as well, Mayor Pro Tem. It is a one-time payment of $10 with the remaining amount being presumed to be a grant.
Further questions of staff? Motion is in order.
Mayor?
Councilmember Moreno.
Yeah, just move to approve this agenda item.
To approve item number 10F. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call the question before us is the adoption of item number 10F. Call for the question on item number 10F.
The motion passes to adopt Resolution 2022-152.
Thank you.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 10G.
Item 10G is Resolution 2022-153, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, appointing a new member of the Board of Directors of the Citadel on Colfax Business Improvement District.
A brief presentation by staff.
Hi, good evening. Chesarina Dancy, Senior Project Manager with the Office of Development Assistance. Well, having some sound difficulties. The Citadel on Colfax Business Improvement District is requesting that council appoint an individual to serve on the board of directors, as the board is currently vacant. Per state statute, council has the authority to appoint duly qualified willing candidates to the board in the event that there are none, which is the current state. Alan Westfall is the only individual currently eligible to serve on the board, and following this appointment, the bid will then hold an election to elect additional members to their board. We do have outside counsel here for questions, but no presentation.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, a motion is in order.
Mayor, motion to approve item 10G.
It's been moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by
Coombs.
Zavonic.
seconded by Councilmember Coombs to approve item number 10G. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of item number 10G. Call for the question on item number 10G.
The motion passes to adopt Resolution 2022-153.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 10H.
Item 10H is Resolution 2022-154, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, approving a reimbursement agreement between the 720 Foundation and the City of Aurora, Colorado, and other related matters.
Councilmember Medina.
Yes, I'm hoping my colleagues will join me in letting that community know, 720. We had an agreement with the city for 5 years to maintenance the sculpture in the 720 Memorial Park, and I want to get that reimbursed so they can utilize it for other things that they have going on in the community. So that's my spiel.
Questions of Councilmember Medina or staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to approve 10H.
So moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Medina?
Councilmember Medina to approve item number 10H. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, question before us is the adoption of item number 10H. Call for the question.
Mayor?
Councilmember Murillo?
Yes, I support this agenda item. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Medina for his leadership. We've celebrated and honored the memorial and worked with the foundation and all the wonderful folks every year, and the conversation had evolved to reimbursing for the cost. So I just wanted to thank Councilmember Medina for his leadership on that.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 10H. Call for the question on 10H.
I think we voted.
Councilmember Jurenski, we need your vote. Thank you. The motion passes to adopt Resolution 2022-154.
The time is now 7:22. Council will stand in recess until 7:30 to give staff time to do an announcement for the call-in line. Council recess.
Thank you. 1 second, please. Sorry. Residents who would like to speak on a resolution or ordinance and have not already been screened, please press *3 before the item is called by the clerk. For those watching on Channel 8, please call 855-695-3475 to be connected, and then press *3. Council is taking a short break to allow any additional speakers to sign up. Please be patient and stay on the line until the operator is able to take down your information. When the operator comes on the line, please be ready to give them your name and the item you wish to speak on. As long as you hear a prompt after pressing *3, you can still hear music hold. You are in line to speak to an operator. Thank you.
Council is back in session. Will the clerk please read the title to item number 11A?
Item 11A is Ordinance 2022-43, a public hearing and consideration of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, approving the Consolidated Second Amended and Restated Service Plan for Green Valley Ranch East Metro Districts numbers 6 through 14, and authorizing the execution of an IGA between the City of Aurora, Colorado, and the districts.
The public hearing is now open. Presentation by staff.
Chesarina Dancy, Senior Project Manager, Office of Development Assistance. This is a consolidated second amended and restated service plan for the Green Valley Ranch East Metropolitan District number 6 to 14. 6 to 8 are amended and restated, and 9 to 14 are new districts. The addition of the language into the service plan allowing for inclusion of the property into ARDA is non-compliant with the city's model service plan. However, this language is consistent with the previously approved service plan for Green Valley Ranch East number 6 to 8. The proposed district is located generally southeast of East 56th Avenue and Piccadilly Road and is intended to serve approximately 8,500 residents at build-out and approximately 877 acres in size. We do have outside counsel here, but they do not have a presentation. They're here for questions.
So I understand there's no presentation by the applicant?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there any members of the public who wishes to be heard?
Yes, Mayor, we have one person on the call-in line, Brian Matisse.
Brian, go ahead. You are live.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Thank you for hearing me. After last week's presentation to the study session on some of the concerns that I had with the Aurora Model Service Plan, I noticed this item is on the agenda, and this illustrates some of the abuses and the concerns that really make it impossible for you as presented to approve it if you follow state statute. As you recall, I stated that in order to approve a service plan under CRS 32-1-203, the City Council has to find each of the following. And number one, you have to find that there's an sufficient existing and projected need for organized service in the area to be serviced by the proposed special district. The 6 new districts you are creating each consist of a 20 by 50 single parcel of land. That's 1,000 square feet. That's not big enough to put even a single home, let alone even a single mobile home on those properties. So there certainly will never be any inhabitants in districts 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 as the service plan is presented. In addition, you are required to find that the proposed special district is capable of providing economical and sufficient service to the area within its proposed boundaries, and the area to be included in the proposed special district has or will have the financial ability to discharge proposed indebtedness. Mayor and Council, this is exactly the kind of rubber stamping that I was talking about. The proposed service plans call for $4 billion of debt for each of the 9 districts and an additional $4 billion of regional debt through the ARI program for a total of $8 billion each. The cover letter from the applicant indicates that the proposed development at full build-out will have 2,227 homes. If you do the math, Mayor and Council, it comes out to somewhere between a minimum of $1.8 million of debt per home that you're authorizing and a maximum of $34 million of debt per home. That's if the full $72 billion, that's billion with a B, of debt is being authorized. Those amounts are outrageous, excessive, and there is absolutely no showing that it can be serviced. There's no indication whatsoever of what the financial plan will be. There's no indication whatsoever that $4 billion of improvements are necessary. Mayor and Council, if you're going to do your job, you have to disapprove the service plan. There's simply no reason to authorize this. I also want to point out that Mr. Fellows stated that he was concerned about model service plan provisions that call for the roll-off of debt to be unlimited, and he and I agree on that. This provision in the model service plan does include a roll-off of debt to be unlimited, which means that at some point in the future, if you look at page 650 of your packet, at some point this debt will be subject to an unlimited mill levy, which could be hundreds of mills. Finally, if you look at the overlapping districts, District 6 overlaps District 8, and District 7 overlaps District 8, which means there's a possibility of double taxation. In other words, both District 6 and District 8 could levy the full 50 mil Gallagherized, which means about 60 mils reverse Gallagherized, or 120 mils on those properties. That's an excessive mill levy, and that mill levy could become infinite as time goes on. Mayor and Council, if you want to do your job, you really can't approve this as presented. This is a classic example of a model service plan provision that should not have been approved by staff if they were doing their job and determining whether the statutory criteria were met. You should not approve $72 billion of debt based on no showing. Thank you.
Questions from council of the staff, the applicant, or the individual testifying today?
Mayor.
Councilmember Dronsky.
Thank you. Does staff support this?
In general, staff does not give recommendations for approval or denial like you would typically see with planning commissions, so we don't evaluate the information in that sense.
Further questions of staff, the applicant, or the individual?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So it kind of looks like they just kind of looked at the maximum amount. Do we ask applicants to instead kind of tailor the amounts of debt service that they're requesting to their specific improvements and to the specific parcels? And do we or should we require them to be talking about that broader set of parcels, not just those director parcels per district?
We currently do not require any type of accounting or a line-by-line estimation. I would defer to the district's counsel, as they likely have more information as to how they got to those numbers.
Further questions?
Sorry, Mayor, can we get any commentary from
with the
the
applicant,
district counsel?
With the applicant, are you asking the applicant, or are you asking? Okay, with the applicant, please address that question.
Mayor, council members, Jennifer Ivey with Ice Noggle, Seaver, Pogue, General Counsel for District 6 through 8, and Developers Counsel for the newly formed proposed to be newly formed districts 9 through 14. I have with me Brandon Wazinski, one of the developer board representatives, to also assist. So specific to the question that Councilmember Coombs asked, the $4 billion was reached really for maximum flexibility. The existing service plan that this council has already approved for Districts 6 through 8 included that $4 billion number, recognizing that ultimately the district boundaries of all the districts would be configured once the development plans had gotten further along. So that $4 billion is not intended to overlap, as has been suggested. The $4 billion is intended to provide maximum flexibility, so any one of those districts could be the issuing district for the entirety of the area or larger swaths of a very large planned community. So when we took the amended and restated service plan, our goal was to make as few changes as possible, so we continued that same concept into the amended and restated, since that had been a model that had been previously workable and allowed for maximum flexibility. Obviously, at the end of the day, the mill levy cap, which is 50 mills, regardless of overlap, per your model service plan, as Gallagherized or adjusted, that mill levy cap and the market conditions would govern the amount of debt that could possibly be issued at any time. So I don't see an abuse here to the amount of debt that could be issued. Does that answer the question?
To some extent. Can I ask a follow-up?
Please.
So it sounds like essentially the intent behind asking for that amount is to avoid the need to come back to council with amendments, as there's actual detail about the ability to pay, the parcels included and excluded in the district. Is that correct?
Correct. more efficiency, allowing for less amendments to the service plan, less need to come back to the council. Also, as you were alluding to, there's a very large inclusion area that has been the paradigm that's been used by the districts in Aurora in the past, where we have a director's parcel, a very small parcel as the initial parcel, with the contemplation that over time, as the development plans move forward, that those parcels will have other land included so that the entirety of the community is within a district.
Further questions?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And this would be mixed-use residential and commercial for those districts, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So when you're issuing debt, you're looking at the infrastructure for not just the roads for the residential area, but possibly for commercial as well, any kind of drainage infrastructure, that type of thing?
Correct. So various types of uses. Also, the reason why we're asking for multiple districts, as I'm sure many of the council members can appreciate, 50 mills in a residential setting is a lot different than 50 mills in a commercial setting or a mixed-use setting, so flexibility there for the district boundaries as well.
Okay, and is your mill levy term 40 years?
I believe it's 50 years under the ARTA model service plan.
Okay, under ARTA?
Under ARTA, yeah, that's
Okay.
one of the exceptions in the ARTA model.
Okay,
So what
thank
I'm calling the standard ARTA model.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. Would it not be possible to come to us with a more fleshed out plan? Because I think part of the hesitation that you're hearing here is that you have, these 1,000 square foot boxes basically as placeholder districts, and then you're asking us for the maximum amount of, debt to be issued based off of the presentation that we had last week at study session that Mr. Batiste gave us. The expected amount of debt for something like this should be somewhere in the ballpark of around $133 to $150 million. So you're coming in with $4 billion. And I understand that it's more efficient from your perspective, so you don't have to come back to us as things get more fleshed out. So that's why my question is to you, why not come with a fleshed out plan?
Certainly, that is a fair question. Why not to come with a more fleshed out plan? As council can likely appreciate, there's already delays with development and processing development plans. So most frequently, these service plans are approved on the front end, so the districts are in place, so that when the planning and zoning catches up to the remainder of the development plans, these are already in place, and we're not trying to dovetail two things and bring it all to the council at once. So I think this is really just a matter of how the practice has moved forward. And just another example of the efficiencies that we're trying to create by having the small districts to start off with. It's not only a city council process that has to be gone through to change district boundaries, we also have to go through a court process. So it's a lot of administrative process if we were to start off with larger boundaries and then realize a year down the road or 6 months down the road that we needed to change those. We'd also be bogging down the courts with additional paperwork to be excluding and including and changing boundaries. And so it's really been a practice to start off with the smaller boundaries, realizing that that creates efficiencies across the board.
Further questions to staff? Are there further questions? I'm sorry, that was of the applicant. Are there further questions of the applicant, the individual testified today, or staff? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. In terms of disclosure to homeowners, is all that information disclosed?
Yes, and thank you for that question, Council Member Bergen, or Pro Tem Bergen, I'm sorry. Actually, one of the benefits of amending and restating the existing service plan with the existing districts that actually has residents located in it is that we're bringing up the 6 to 8 service plan to the city's new model disclosures. Those are actually currently not in that service plan. So one of our goals in amending and restating, rather than just bringing a fresh, clean, new service plan, was to make sure that everyone in that community was on the same level playing field. So this would include all of the model disclosures that the city's adopted recently, and all of, obviously, the state law disclosures under 262 and the other transparency measures that have been enacted.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. This one's for staff. Did I hear correctly that this currently does not comply with our current model service plan, but does with the one that was in place at the time?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So to the applicants then, so what I'm hearing from you is that the bulk of the plan still doesn't comply with our model service plan, but you are including at least that disclosure component from our current one?
Yes, so I want to clarify staff's answer because I want to be completely clear. This follows kind of what I would call the ARTA model service plan. So it actually does modify some of the language in the existing Green Valley Ranch East 6 through 8 service plan to bring it up to date with other similar service plans for other districts that have adopted the ARTA model. So we're trying to keep everyone on the same field. So we updated that language, and then we also incorporated all of the new aspects of the Aurora model service plan, the transparency, the accounting review, all of those new aspects, we brought those in as well.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of staff, the applicant, or the individual? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, one more, sorry. Who takes the risk if the loan is not paid back? Is that the developer?
I'm sorry.
There's a cap. So if it were not able to be paid back, who takes that risk?
Oh, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I didn't hear part of that question, so
Sorry.
I wasn't clear. So the debt that's issued to the bond market, the debt holder would be taking that risk. That debt holder may or may not be the developer. Typically, with these larger communities, that would be someone out in the bond market, a third-party buyer. Ultimately, the cost of the public improvements, those are going to be borne by the developer. So if the bonds aren't issued in an adequate amount to pay back the cost of the public improvements, that would be borne by the developer.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. The public hearing is now closed. Motion is in order.
Mayor, motion to approve item 11A.
It's been moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by
Zvonik.
Councilmember Zvonik to approve item number 11A. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So the concerns that I have about this are many. One of them is that 50-year term that we are now extending to everyone in the ARTA, which was originally an exception to the city's model service plan of 40 years at the time. So we're adding on years of debt service, which means interest payments on the part of the residents and businesses, but residents moving into this district when they buy their homes. So that's a significant concern. And then the answer regarding the director districts and inclusion boundaries, as well as the massive amount of debt that's being asked for. Again, this is up to $72 billion, when if you look at the number of homes, that's about 2,200, and multiply it by the 40 or so thousand, that's much less. We're orders of magnitude beyond what was recommended by the Home Builders Association regarding debt per home within a metro district. And I understand that that's because folks want to have flexibility, but it undercuts the requirement for, or the kind of impulse that we've been having toward transparency, because we're not seeing what that money is being spent on and where and who's paying the money. And it undercuts that fiscal responsibility piece that we have of making sure that the financial plans that are being brought forth are clear and detailed, and that we can see that that money will actually be paid back. So I am going to be a no on this.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I just want to say that based off of what Councilmember Coombs said, what we heard from Mr. Matisse when he called in, the examination of what has been proposed before us, I really feel like this is a great example of taxpayer-backed speculative development, so I'm going to strongly urge a no vote on this. We just, if we're going to do our duty, we need to have a more concrete plan, and it's, guarantee that we'll be able to actually make this plan work.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 11A. Call for the question on 11A.
The motion passes with 6 yes votes and 4 no votes for ordinance 2022-43.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 12A.
Item 12A is Resolution 2022-155, a public hearing for a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, approving the service plan for Kings Point South Metro District Number 3 and authorizing the execution of an IGA between the City of Aurora, Colorado and the district.
Public hearing is now open. Presentation by staff.
Chesarina Dancy again. This is for the Kings Point Metropolitan District Number 3. This is in compliance with the model, and the proposed district is located generally southeast of East County Line Road and E470. This is an entirely residential development of approximately 95 acres, and the population is estimated to be approximately 1,190 residents. We have outside counsel for questions, but they do not have a presentation.
Okay. Seeing no presentation by the applicant, are there any individuals who wish to be heard?
Yes.
There are not?
Where we are here,
No, I don't have anybody.
nothing to do with Green Valley, right?
Where is that coming from? Okay. Okay, we got a ghost here. Very well, presentation by staff. I'm sorry, you just gave it. That's how I'm doing tonight. Questions of staff, the applicant?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just a question to staff. So this is District 3 residential. Was there a commercial district that's?
So this is Kings Point South, and it is an entirely different development from Kings.
Oh, no, I know that very well.
Yeah.
But, very well. No, but for Kings Point South, is there also a commercial district that would be coming forward?
Not that I'm aware of at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of staff?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So to clarify, this isn't the portion of the development that's going to include a golf course, since there's
That's
a golf
correct.
course limitation in metro
This is
districts.
entirely separate development group, separate master plan.
Okay.
Further questions of staff or the applicant? Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to approve 12A.
That's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Jurenski.
Councilmember Jurenski to approve item number 12A. Further discussion?
Mayor.
Seeing none, the question before
Mayor.
us is Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, one sec. This prompt is blocking when I wrote. All right, so this plan, while in my opinion not quite as egregious of the one that we just discussed, if you break down the total amount, they're estimating 1,190 people, assuming 4 people per household. It's going to be about 298 households, give or take. It's going to break down to about $83,000, almost $84,000 of debt per household, based off of what we discussed last week. Again, $40,000 to $60,000 per household is considered to be a reasonable amount to actually build out the infrastructure and amenities. So this is nearly double the low end of that. So I don't think it's in our best interest to approve this, given the lack of specificity in the plan. So thank you.
Mayor Sundberg?
Councilmember Sundberg.
One point I'd like to make, a fact that we learned in our last study session is that the average home ownership is about 7 to 9 years. So that debt could be spread out over a number of households over a number of decades.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
But to clarify, that wasn't per household paying that was being recommended by the home builders. It was per home built in terms of the amount that should be expected. So yeah, point well taken. And the recommendation that we heard was for 40 to 60,000 per home, not per homeowner.
Further discussion? Seeing none, question before us is the adoption of item number 12A. Call for the question on item number 12A.
The motion passes with 6 yes votes and 4 no votes for Resolution 2022-155.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 12B.
Item 12B is Resolution 2022-156, a public hearing for a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, approving the service plan for Eastern Hills Metro Districts numbers 21 through 23, and authorizing the execution of an IGA between the City of Aurora, Colorado, and the district.
Public hearing is now open. Presentation by staff.
This is for Eastern Hills Metropolitan Districts numbers 21 to 23. This service plan is in compliance with the city's model. This district is located southeast of East Alameda Avenue and South Powhatan Road. This is a residential development, and the total service area is anticipated to be 973 acres in size and 4,975 residents. We do have outside counsel here for questions.
Is there a presentation by the applicant? There's no presentation by the applicant. Are there any individuals who wish to be heard on this item?
No, Mayor.
Very well. Are there questions of staff for the applicant?
Mayor.
Councilmember Zvonik.
Question for staff, and this is related not to just to this item, but others, just because it keeps coming up. Do you have any idea of what percentage of the debt that is authorized is actually issued? Because I know that when we're talking about $4 billion per, that might not necessarily reflect what's actually issued, which are two different numbers. And I believe that's the number we should be using rather than what's authorized.
So we don't, because generally, once they've gone to this point in the process, as Jennifer Ivey indicated earlier, they go to the bond market, et cetera, and at that point, it's out of staff's hands. But
Right.
we could certainly look into that and see if we could gather some information on that.
I think that'd be helpful, because as we do these calculations that are being done up here on the back of a napkin, they're not very reflective of reality necessarily, because we're not going to authorize, what's issued isn't going to be the total number that's authorized all the time. So I think it'd be helpful for us to know what that number is.
Yeah, we can certainly look into getting that together for you.
Thanks.
Further presentation, further questions of staff of the applicant?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coons.
So this has a section that's just a future inclusion area, and the initial boundary is already relatively large, so I'm just trying to understand why this section was excluded from the initial boundary.
For that, I would defer to the applicant's counsel, to go through their thought process on that. I would mention that there are already numbers 1 to 20 districts existing as well.
Are they present to be able to
The
answer
applicant,
that question?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Nicole Pakoff for the applicant for the Eastern Hills Metropolitan Districts numbers 21 through 23. So, Councilmember Coombs, that's a good question. The initial boundaries encompasses most of what is shown in the future inclusion area. There's just a small portion that is not included in the initial boundaries, and we just wanted to encompass that whole area in the future inclusion area so that the districts can have that flexibility to change their boundaries if they need to.
Can I follow up?
Yes, please proceed.
Is there any sense of what's contemplated for that area that results in it not being included?
It's also residential development for that area as well. And that currently Eastern Hills Metropolitan Districts 9 through 11 are, their boundaries are within that area.
Further questions of staff of the applicant?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem?
For the applicant, could you talk about the infrastructure needed? It sounded like there was quite a bit of not only road infrastructure, but also water infrastructure such as sewer and that type of thing. Also a bridge, I think, over one of the roads over Coal Creek.
Of course, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. So in addition to water and sewer, there is the Coal Creek drainage that will require several improvements, as well as the bridge that's going to go over that creek. And there are also arterial and collector roads and a community park in addition to several neighborhood parks. So this property currently is undeveloped, it's farmland. A lot of improvements will need to be constructed to develop the property.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of staff or the applicant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Public hearing is now closed. Motion is in order.
Mayor, motion to approve item 12B.
Been moved by Councilmember Gardner, second by
Sundberg.
Councilmember Sundberg to approve item number 12B. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coons.
Yeah, so once again, I think we have to have the conversation about what the actual debt issuance is and why we think that it's okay to issue or to approve issuance well in excess of what is ultimately going to be issued. I think just so that we don't have to have a more detailed conversation later about what actually happens and what actually gets built is not a very good justification for approving wildly more debt than is likely to be issued.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, go back to Councilmember Zvonik's point about, whether what's authorized versus what's actually issued. I mean, we don't have a crystal ball right now to know what that number is. And they go to the bond market. I'm trying to just get my head around how we could even do this, ask them for those numbers at this point. I mean, I think the service plan is to give that flexibility, and then they come back with what the bond market approves. And so I don't know if somebody wants to opine on that from staff.
I mean, I think I agree that it's difficult at this stage, particularly when we don't have master plans under review and it's really at a high level, but I think we could probably pull together some historical data for context for developments that have issued debt and what that ratio looks like, but we can certainly brainstorm a little bit, and we have some outside counsel that we work with through some of these more complex issues and see if they have any suggestions as well.
Further questions of staff or the applicant?
Mayor, just one last
Yes.
Just one last point on, I think we've got to remember and be mindful of the fact that there's some additional guardrails for the homeowners in that there's a cap on the number of mills, 50, and the number of years in which debt can be paid back. And as they go out to issue debt, there's going to be that consideration as they determine how much debt they're going to be taking, looking at the number of homes, the number of years, and that cap of 50 mills to determine how much they're going to need to take.
Mayor.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Combs for discussion.
But I think within our model service plan and all the ones that we're looking at, there's the possibility of overriding that 50 mil cap in certain circumstances. So maybe it would also be helpful to get information about how often that is done and at what level. Because I know throughout the state of Colorado, there certainly have been some pretty egregious examples of very significantly exceeding that 50 mil cap. So if we can look at within Aurora and within the Aurora model service plan, how frequently is that 50 mil cap exceeded and by how much on average?
Yes, I would like to know under what conditions that they statutorily, since the 50 mil cap is in law, is there a way to circumvent that or go over that? I don't know that there is.
Mayor,
Councilmember Zvonik.
I believe that requires a vote. Since it's a mill levy override, it would require a vote of the people in order to do it because it'd be a tax increase. So it'd be the residents voting to do it, I believe, but we can get clarification on that. It'd be helpful.
Okay, very well. Further discussion on item number 12B.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
if we're going to go into that conversation, maybe we could also get some data on Metro District election turnout.
Further discussion on 12B.
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. Just kind of going back to the napkin sketch comment, I would agree with that characterization of the plans that we're getting here. There's no real plan that's part of what a model service plan should be. We should have an idea of what's actually going to be put there, not a high-level idea, but something that demonstrates that there's actually a plan and a likelihood to actually pay down the debt that's going to be issued. And with this last item that we're currently talking about, it's $150 million of debt for about 5,000 residents, so that's going to be, what, $120,000, give or take, per rooftop. Again, we shouldn't be having to speculate because we should actually have a real plan that'll give us a much better idea of whether or not this is going to pan out. So what we're really doing here, as I mentioned earlier, is engaging in taxpayer-backed speculative development, which I think is unconscionable for a council to do.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 12B. Call for the question on the adoption of item number 12B.
Councilmember Murillo, we need your vote.
She disconnected. Internet went out.
Okay, the motion passes with 6 yes votes and 3 no votes for Resolution 2022-156.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 12C.
Item 12C is Resolution 2022-157, a public hearing for a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, approving a certificate of designation for Trilogy Medwaste to allow the transfer of title for existing Ozone medical waste processing facility located at 3131 Oakland Street, Aurora, Colorado.
Public hearing is now open. Brief presentation by staff.
That didn't work. Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and City Council. My name is Karen Hancock, and I am a planner in the Planning and Development Services Department. The item before you this evening is a resolution that will transfer a certificate of designation from Colorado Medical Waste to Trilogy Med Waste. Colorado Medical Waste has operated a business that treats biomedical waste using ozone since 2014. The owner wishes to sell the business, and the state of Colorado regulations require that the city transfer the certificate of designation to the new business owner. All city and state permit and regulatory requirements have been met. The transfer of the certificate of designation requires a public hearing.
Is the applicant present?
The city is the applicant.
City is the applicant. Very well. Questions of staff? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of, motion is in order.
Mayor, we have to close the public hearing. Mayor, we have to close the public hearing?
Oh, well, is there anybody who wishes to be heard?
No.
Okay. Public hearing is closed. Motion is in order.
Mayor, motion to approve item.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by?
Marcano.
Seconded by Councilmember Marcano. Discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 12C. Call for the question on item number 12C.
The motion passes to adopt Resolution 2022-157.
Would the clerk please read the title to item number 12D?
Item 12D is a public hearing to consider an appeal by an abutting property owner of the planning director approval of the landmark at Town Center site plan.
Public hearing is now open to item number 12D. Presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Tonight for your review is an appeal of the Planning Director's administrative approval of the Landmark at Town Center site plan. The applicant, Landmark at Town Center LLC, proposes a site plan with 2 administrative adjustments for 272 multifamily units in 6 buildings on 8.25 acres. The administrative decision by the Planning Director occurred on May 11, 2022, and was subsequently appealed on May 23, 2022, by David Sapp, who is an abutting property owner. The original staff report for this application and the appeal letter are included in your backup for reference. This vicinity map shows the subject site at the northeast corner of East 6 Parkway and Catawba Way. The property is zoned MUR Mixed Use Regional District within Subarea C. It is also within the Cross Creek Master Plan, which was amended in November of 2021 to permit multifamily development in this area. 42 abutting property owners and 5 registered neighborhood organizations were notified of this application. There were comments received during development review, and the applicant held a first review neighborhood meeting on March 16, 2022 to discuss the proposal and concerns with all interested parties. The comments and concerns included increased traffic, parking overflow, overcrowded schools, increased crime, construction noise, building size and scale, and obstructed views. The appeal letter and signed neighborhood petition, which can be found in your backup, include additional detail on all of these concerns. The applicant did provide a rebuttal letter to the items listed in this appeal letter, which can be found in your backup as well. This slide shows the proposed site plan, including 272 multifamily units in the gray buildings, the Recreation and Leasing Center highlighted in blue, and the internal open space amenities highlighted in green. All proposed buildings have direct street frontage and pedestrian connections to ground floor units as required by code. One of the administrative adjustments requested was to reduce the landscape buffer requirement by 10% from 20 feet to 18 feet along East 6 Parkway to comply with fire and life safety distance requirements to fight fires from adjacent streets. Staff reviewed and supported this request during the development review process. And these are the proposed building elevations that illustrate the typical design and building style for the development. The second administrative adjustment request was to increase the building length by 5% from 200 feet to 210 feet to be consistent with industry standards for multifamily buildings. The UDO has since been updated to increase the building length maximum, and this proposal would be compliant with the updated requirements and limitations of building length. Staff reviewed and supported this adjustment as well during development review. And these are the approval criteria for a site plan found in section 146-5.4.3.B.2.C. And the staff finding per the original administrative decision results was to approve with one condition the site plan with 2 administrative adjustments to reduce the landscape buffer from 20 feet to 18 feet and to increase the maximum building length from 200 feet to 210 feet because the site plan complies with the criteria for approval for the reasons stated in the staff report and shown on this slide. The approval is to be subject to the condition that the applicant resolve outstanding technical issues prior to recordation of the site plan and issuance of any building permits. And I can take any questions that you have at this time. The appellant and the applicant are also in attendance tonight and will have presentations and will be available for questions. Thank you.
Presentation by the applicant. I'll do questions at the end. Presentation by the applicant.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of City Council. For the record, Diana Rael from Norris Design, located at 1101 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204. Our entire design team is here this evening to answer any questions that you may have, and our client as well from Landmark Companies. Robinson Zamarana is also here. The Landmark Companies is no stranger to Aurora. This building may look familiar, but it is an existing property at 4th and Sable called Revel Apartments, and it is indicative of the type of design and quality that Landmark Companies is dedicated to building. This particular building is a little bit taller, a little bit more urban because it is here in the urban core of the city, but again, the design, the warm architecture, the style is very indicative of the project that we intend to build at Cross Creek. Dan did a great job of giving you some background as to where the site is located, and I want to take that just one step further and talk about the zoning. The appellant's letter indicated that this site is actually zoned to R2, but as you can see from this map, which is the area zoning, the site is surrounded here in a white line and is actually, in fact, zoned MUR, which is mixed-use regional. It is very consistent with the zoning that is in this area of Aurora, the I-70, E-470 area. And it does not have, that multifamily isn't allowed use in this zone, and it does not have a height or a density limitation. So I want to make that very clear because there are a lot of comments in the appellant's letter related to the scale, the density, the height. There's also an indication that there are no other four-story projects, and is inconsistent with this neighborhood, but in fact, there are two other current projects that I'm working on personally that are just located less than a quarter mile to the west of here that are both four-story projects. And I also worked on the Aurora Crossroads, which is just less than a mile to the north, which will have a 6-story hospital that will have 7- and 8-story elements for things like helipad and those types of things. So this area is starting to densify. We are seeing more development in this area, and with the code changes that were done several years ago with respect to attached parking, tuck under parking, we are seeing more 4-story buildings. As a result of that, 3-story walk-ups are sort of a thing of the past in Aurora. So that was a very strong initiative by City Council, and that's why you're seeing sort of these more urban, modern type of buildings coming before you. More context, the site to the north is also within the MUR area, but it is industrial. So these are a few pictures of some of the uses that are located just across the street at 6th Avenue. 6th Avenue is in pretty rough condition today. It doesn't have an edge, there's no curb, there's no sidewalk, and so the project, this project will improve the southern half of 6th Avenue adjacent to the project, which will include sidewalks and multimodal opportunities there, including parking. But as you can see, uses to the north are, I wouldn't say necessarily light industrial, there are industrial. There is also a data center located there, and further to the north of that in Aurora Crossroads, there's more industrial type data center uses as well. So this project being located where it is a very transitional use between what's happening to the south of 6th Parkway with the residential single family and what's happening to the north of us with industrial. To the very, directly to the west of us, just across the collector, which is Catawba. Just a few years ago, I worked on this project with Richmond Homes, and it is single-family attached housing, and you can see it's a more modern style. The original Cross Creek, as Dan mentioned, was done, the first master plan, FDP, was done in 2002. The styles were a little different. It was just a little more traditional at that time, and then as the sort of timeline progressed, we're starting to see much more modern architecture, and this is an example. You also start to see some doorsteps and access directly to Catawba, so front doors, porches, those kinds of things. A little bit more neighborhood access and visibility on Catawba. And then to the south of us is kind of what I would call or categorized as the original Cross Creek. It was the part of Cross Creek that originally developed right after the master plan and site plans were approved back in the day by U.S. Home. These are elevations that face 6th Avenue, and this is to the south of the landmark property. As you can see here, we have single-family detached homes, and they are 1- and 2-story walkout, which means they're a little taller on that back edge, that front to 6th Avenue. So these are some of the elevations, and as you can see, the architecture is more traditional, traditional type single-family detached homes. The application in front of you is a request for site plan. I do want to point out that the appellant's letter had some conversation and portions of his of the letter from Mr. Sapp that related to zoning, master plans, and conditional uses. We did go ahead and respond to those items, but they are not applicable here because we are only reviewing a project for site plan this evening. As you can see here, the site is, I would characterize as an infill site. It's generally surrounded by roads, 6th Ave to the north, Catawba Way on our west, and then 6th Parkway on the south. There is a vacant property to our east, and it's actually was dedicated to the city as a fire station, was never utilized. My understanding is the fire department reviewed that site and felt it was inadequate for a fire station, and so the city owns it. Last I had heard, the city was going to put that site for auction, and I don't know where that stands today. So our letter also does address several things. This is in the MUR zone category, and we are required to have several things. We're required to have a walkable Main Street, which is the street that enters the property at 5th, which will be a new intersection at Catawba, so 5th and Catawba in the center of the project, which goes into the property to the club and amenity leasing space. And then also, we are required to have a focal point, which will be the leasing space. We've added architecture to accentuate that as a focal. We are working on multimodal connectivity here. The entire site will be surrounded by sidewalks, including the eastern edge of the property. We're adding a sidewalk connector so that you could really do an entire loop. We've got new intersections at 5th and Catawba, and we're improving sidewalks to the north, in addition to half the roadway at 6th Avenue as well. This slide formatting went a little wacky, but I wanted to pull up a timeline because so many times we get the question, what did you do for public outreach? Did you have the conversations? Have you responded? And those types of things. So the initial application was submitted mid-January of 2022. Always with the first submittals, we get referred out. So we get the 42 residents and 5 HOAs. We got comments back, and we did respond to those, as Dan mentioned. Based on the fact that we did get comments, we went ahead and scheduled a community meeting, and that was held in March, mid-March. And we had a good dialogue there. Dan did a great job of summarizing a lot of the topics that were heard, which we then also did respond to. And then we kind of went along in the second and third submittals with city staff and did secure the administrative decision in May, which was when the appeal came forward. At that point, we went through the appeal letter, and we kind of went back to the drawing board at that point and decided what could we do here to make a compromise or design solution that would work for the neighborhood. Something that would be a win-win solution for everyone. And because we knew that the height was an issue, there were 2 buildings that are located along 6th Parkway that we felt we could stagger from 4 stories to 3, stepping up to 4 stories. So that's what the team did. We went back to the drawing board through the June-July period, met with Mr. Sapp again just last week to sort of unveil that compromise and that solution. And then here we are tonight. So I wanted to be clear, too, to state that we will commit to adjusting the plans based on that design solution. Following this evening, we will go back to the drawing board tomorrow. We will have to submit new plans that are consistent with this design solution. So the design solution, this is sort of a before and after cross-section. The top is the cross-section of Cross Creek on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side would be the 4-story apartments. You can see 6th Parkway in the middle. It's a major arterial, 144-foot right-of-way, 6 lanes, busy street. We've heard about the traffic earlier tonight. And what we would do then is on the bottom graphic, we would step that from 3 stories up. So we're reducing the height. It becomes more consistent with what we have on the single family. The R2 zone is a maximum height of 38. And the first story that we've proposed across the street, almost 200 feet away, would be 42 feet. And then it'll step up at that point, following that to 4 stories. So we think that's a great compromise. We also did a rendering here which shows how that difference looks in simulation. This is not an exact replica of what would be built, but this is a model with the architecture. On the left side is Cross Creek, and then on the right side is the Landmark at Town Center, showing the top is 4 stories, and then the bottom image will show the stepping from 3 to 4 stories. And you can see, as you look across the horizon, it's generally equivalent, compatible height comparison. And again, it's almost 200 feet away. Another view of the architecture, there are very warm tones on the houses that front 6th Avenue for Cross Creek, so we've done a specific job here of trying to bring in warm earth tone colors to try to complement what's there at Cross Creek. This is a view, the top picture is a view of the walkable Main Street that goes into the focal point. And then we also have all of the units on the lower level will have a front porch stoop on the perimeter of the project. So we've got that very neighborhood feel, again, which is consistent with what Richmond Homes did at the single family attached to the west. There are also internal amenities, including the clubhouse amenity, the leasing center. The pool is a very resort-style pool. It'll be a first-class facility, just like any Class A multifamily. This will be a market-rate project as well. In addition to that, we have other internal amenities, including a fire pit, a putting green, pickleball courts, dog park, shade structures, picnic areas, and those types of amenities that you would typically see in a project like this. Just to touch on traffic, this is the final corner of a 4 corners that would provide escrow funds towards a signal. We will be contributing that 25% of that intersection, and we would 100% support a signalization at that intersection in the future. We understand the concerns of the residents, and we feel that although we are reducing trips and traffic since the project is multifamily, was previously commercial, we would have the funds submitted, and we understand that it is the city's intent to begin design process within the next year for the signal at that location. Also, just touching on parking, we heard a lot about the parking and concerns that there'll be overflow. We do meet code here. Code requires only 321. With this new plan, we've actually dropped a few units, so we would be required to have 388 parking spaces. And that doesn't include, we have an additional 20 tandem and 51 on-street at Catawba and 6th Avenue. So that would be a total of 459 total parking spaces, which is about 1.7 spaces per unit. And then again, is well in excess of what code requires at 321. Sorry about the formatting. In conclusion, I just want to restate that we do meet all codes. As Dan mentioned, there's one adjustment. It's very minor, and it's adjustment because of the fact that we need to meet the fire codes for the trucks being able to provide fire to the project from perimeter streets. It's a small segment of one building that goes from 20-foot minimum to 18, and that was well within the code or the administrative threshold for the director to approve. The building adjustment is no longer applicable, as you heard this evening. We agree with staff's report and recommendation for approval and the conditions for approval, and the entire team is here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to, are you finished with your presentation then?
Yes, I am.
Okay, then
Thank
we'll
you.
go to the appellant, and then we'll do questions for all three from council members.
All right, good evening, Mayor Kaufman, City Council members, and people who have turned out here who are concerned, as I am, about the things that have been happening behind the scenes in our community. I'll begin by saying that this issue, in my opinion, and many people that I've spoken with, is that this issue shouldn't even have come before the City Council. It should have been decided by the Planning Commission, the Director of Planning Services desk. Henceforth, I'll call that for brevity, I'll call that the Planning Commission. The appellant, or excuse me, I am the appellant. And I'm also here, though, representing 350 other people who have signed petitions who are opposing this project for a number of reasons. Does not conform to as required to be compatible with existing buildings insofar as scale, height, setback, conventionality, and will not only be an eyesore, but also increase traffic noise, on-street parking, endanger the safety of the surrounding area, and will create an upsurge in criminal activity within our community. This project, a misnomer by name, belongs in an urban environment and does not belong in a suburban setting. We're not opposed to development within our community. We only ask for the development that is beneficial to our neighborhood and the people who live here. And you can see these are the codes, the Unified Development Ordinance, which from what I'm seeing is an ever fluid document, but when it's developed for the interest and protection of all stakeholders to include existing city residents. It's a contention across Creek community that the Aurora City, the Planning Commission is bound by these rules and did not adhere to them when they approved this project. Those are I won't read each one, but those are the sections and the subsections of, for example, the major site plan is supposed to do the following, and it doesn't. Improves or expands multimodal connections, shows compatibility with surrounding uses in terms of size, scale, and building materials, mitigates any adverse impacts on the surrounding area to the degree possible. The second one is zoning amendment. The scale, should be compatible with surrounding development. The zoning map shows the area as a medium density zone, and I believe that has been adjusted a couple times. It started out being a commercial, it went to R2, and then it went to MU2. I don't know what it was called now, but it's been adjusted to be more suitable for the developer in this case. I could go on and on, but those are the 4 UDOs that were violated by the Planning Commission in approving this project. I first heard about this project, I couldn't help but think that what a misleading term. This project's nowhere near a town center. And as you can see, the town center on this slide that I have up shows where the town center, the city town center is, also shows where the sister project at 2nd and Sable is, and then shows way out here to the east where, and I'll address the inaccuracies, there is no 4-story buildings anywhere in this vicinity across from, as asserted by the applicant's representative. On the west side of E470, there is a complex, I think it's called Centennial, and it is a 3-story project, but it is set back away from, and it has a 50-foot setback away from the curb of the street. And in addition to that, there aren't any other homes in that area who would have problems with any kind of views around that area. So just wanted to make that clear. The other thing that the sister project, no one opposes to that. No one opposes that development, and I can see why. If you look to the east of that development. You'll see that those are storage facilities in blue there, in the aqua blue. To the north is a tech center. To the south is multi-story condominiums, and to the west is 3-story townhomes. To the northeast, there is a huge shopping center. That's also where I think that's where the driver's license bureau is there as well. So here is just the identical project, which is suited for that area. It is urban. It's surrounded by tall buildings, by office buildings, as well as other buildings of the same size, not suburban homes as they would like to build in the Aurora Cross Creek area. Okay, so it does not invade the space of a community pool, nor does it infringe on a suburban-style neighborhood. It's situated on a boulevard and thus is ideally located in an urban area of the city, as it should. Okay. There's the tech center. Okay, so then here's the map showing all the vacant land that was available that the builder, the developer could have built on. And as it turned out, they, when I met with them on Monday, because we did have a meeting, and I was told at that time that the reason that they selected that piece of property versus all the available property in the area was because that was the only property that was multi-family, medium to high density residential. Now that may have been the case, but that was after a couple of changes in the rezoning effort by the developer to the city to make that happen. So, and then there's another picture there just showing all that green area there, that's open space area, or at least vacant land area, let's put it that way. And then the middle there where the yellow is, that's where the proposed development is to go. So it isn't like this is the only land available. I mean, there's other land there, and this was selected, I guess, based on, well, I'm not going to speculate why it was selected, but I can just tell you that it's not the type of development we want, and it's certainly not conducive to the suburban area that we live in. Let me just talk about traffic. There are only 2 entrances to this, to Aurora Cross Creek. One of them isn't even a true intersection. The other one is this intersection right here, which is a 4-way intersection. And in putting that development there where they want to put it, it's going to undoubtedly increase traffic severely, and it's not, not to mention, it's going to create a dangerous blind spot, particularly with the 18-foot setback instead of the 20-foot setback. So now you've got a building, a tall building, where even if there is a traffic signal there, you don't have anyone. You don't have much vision of cars coming down 6th Avenue. Parking, that's another thing, and that was touched on by the applicant's rep. I did some math on this, and I came up with, on average, assuming 2 people per unit, because there are 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, 2 adult occupants will end up being a total of 544 vehicles if each adult occupant owns a vehicle. And that's on, I think that was taken down from, on their presentation, from 406 vehicles or parking spots down to 388 parking spots. So that means well over 100 vehicles are going to be parked on a 2-block section of Catawba. And I highlighted on this map where I'm talking about. You can see up there to the top of the north there where the little pie shape is. That's where the development would be. The overflow of parking is going to be on Catawba. It's also going to be down Fifth Avenue, and it could even spill over into the Catawba south side of Catawba, 6th Avenue on Catawba into the Aurora Cross Creek development. You were shown this picture, so I'll move past that. I mentioned that the traffic was an issue, the noise. Let me talk about that for a minute. The noise that it is going to create by having these tall buildings on the south side of 6th Avenue Parkway is going to mean that the vehicle engine and tire noise reverberating off the high-rise buildings will make it even louder for residents that butt up against 6th Avenue. It's also an issue with the view for all those residents who are adjacent homeowners to that complex. In fact, it's going to be high enough that it's not only going to block out the front range, which, you know, that's a given that it's possible that could have happened, but it's also going to block out much of the skyline. So it makes it tough. I alluded to safety previously with all the vehicles parked on Catawba Way. There was also discussion of putting a bike path there, and with the two-way traffic, the community pool across the development, and children darting out between parked cars into the traffic to go to and from the pool, it's only going to be a matter of time before a child is seriously injured or even worse. The quality of life, I think that goes without saying that residents of Aurora Cross Creek and surrounding subdivisions moved here to escape urbanization in the inner city. We can live with townhomes, duplexes, even apartments, so long as they don't create an unmitigated density that causes congestion, traffic issues, parking issues, and increased crime activity. Having an enormous high-density complex such as the landmark at Town Center lends itself to all of these negative impacts and is detrimental to our quality of life. We're asking, don't bring this inner city to the outskirts of Aurora. These are the apartments that the applicant's rep said were 4-story apartments. As you can see, those are only 3 stories. They are across to the west of E470, and they're a huge development, but like I said, they're off the main road, they're away from any other development, and they are 50, I took a tape measure out and measured, and it's a 50-foot setback on those. And there they are again, you can see that. Centennial Crossing is what they're called.
David, you've reached your 15 minutes.
Say that again?
You've reached your 15 minutes for your presentation.
Let me close up real quick.
No,
In closing, I'd like to reiterate.
Thank you.
Okay.
Questions of council to the, to staff, to the applicant, or to the appellant?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So I have a number of questions just related to the conversation about multimodal improvements. It looks like there's kind of internal walkability and maybe a circuit being created, but I'm wondering if there's any traffic calming or streetscape work being done to ensure safety and the perception of safety for active transportation, so walking and biking beyond the boundaries of the site.
Who is your question?
To the applicant.
The applicant. I'm sorry.
Mayor, I'm sorry, we did have 2 people sign up to speak.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
We had 2 additional people
Oh,
sign up to speak.
I stand corrected. Please proceed.
All right, so we have Dan O'Shaughnessy and Melissa Blair O'Shaughnessy. And Dan, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, can I get to my pictures? Yeah, you sure can.
Great. Good evening. I know you have a big agenda, lots of work to do. This is a blip in your proceedings. It's forever for us. In 2014, by happenstance, we came upon this property after living in Murphy Creek since 2005. It had been on the market 200 days, and most were selling in 4 to 5 days. We went there and saw that it was a great big tower. I don't know if any of the pictures have shown it. A big industrial building, which we did see, in a busy 6th Avenue. But we looked to our west, and that's what we saw. So we were sold. Obviously, the topography of this area is high. That's why they put the tower there, so we can get by with building in this area for most things, but not 4- and 3-story buildings. This backyard, this view, has become our sanctuary for our mental health, for our family. And I'm concerned if this gets put in for those 2 things. My daughter asked me the other day, how are we going to see the sunset? I've lived in Aurora for 30 years, and for 25, I couldn't name more than single-digit buildings that were 4 stories or higher. All of a sudden, we're changing that, and it makes sense at Fitzsimmons campus in the urban corridor. Those need high-density buildings. Someone said suburban. I would consider us rural, at least rural Aurora. So why put this in now? There is plenty of other land. This isn't the only option that you will see to build this entity. So I'll finish by saying, please do the right thing. Look for win-wins. The city of Thornton years ago approved a Topgolf at a location. Community like us went in front of their city council, said it was wrong. City council agreed. It moved 5 miles to the north. It is doing well. Thornton is doing well, and those citizens are doing well. So my ask is for you to do the right thing for our family, our community, and the future, and not block views like this that don't need to be blocked. Thank you.
Melissa Blair O'Shaughnessy.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. I'm a 23-year transplant resident of Aurora. I say Aurora and not Colorado because I chose Aurora. I chose to live and work in Aurora, and I have for 23 years of being here. I spent the last 18 years at the Veterans Community Living Center at Fitzsimmons. Ironically enough, they have a 4-story apartment building going in right next to our property. I expect that. We've expected that. It's been in the works. It's been planned. You expect it in the urban metro area where it's growing and on the Anschutz Medical Campus. We expected growth in this picture at some point. We never expected it would be a 4-story apartment building, which is unfortunate for us. We're not opposed to development. I think all the Cross Creek residents and those in neighboring communities that are building to the east really want the conveniences that come with development. We want a grocery store, a gas station, things that we're driving 7-8 miles for now. Those are the things that we want. A place for the high schoolers to go have lunch that they don't have to drive to Tower Road or farther away from campus. You wouldn't believe the number of residents when I did the petitions and got signatures that said, that was our grocery store. That was supposed to be our grocery store. And many of them didn't know it was even rezoned, which is an unfortunate part of this process, that now it's multi-use in a 4-story building. Recently driving from Southlands Shopping Center, if you know it, on South Aurora Parkway and East Alexander Drive, there's a really weird sort of plot of land that they've had to put lots of retaining walls in, and it's right next to the commercial Southlands Shopping Center. And they could have built 4, 5, 6-story apartment buildings there. And I drove by the other night in kind of awe of that community, that they put in townhomes and apartments that look exactly like the stuff across the street, the homes that are there. It blends in well. And I think that's what Cross Creek is asking the council to look at, and choose something that's less, not 4 stories, 2 stories. Make a compromise for those residents. So, thank you.
That was the last person.
Questions of, further questions of the applicant, the appellant?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I have some questions for staff and for the applicant. For staff, it was mentioned about the zoning moving from commercial to R2 to MUR, and that was done over a period of what time frame?
So the zoning was updated as part of the Unified Development Ordinance in 2019. It originally was E470 Regional Activity Center, which allowed several different types of high-density commercial uses. The master plan was updated in November 2021 to change that designation in the master plan specifically from commercial to multifamily. So it wasn't necessarily rezoned as part of that process. The master plan was updated. The only zoning change was part of the UDO process.
So currently it's MUR, and what is the density for that?
There is no maximum density in the MUR district.
Okay, so, but originally, was it ever R2?
No, it was not.
It was never R2, okay. And then on the parking, so our code is 1 parking space per unit, is that correct?
Yes, for multifamily, it also requires 1 space per 5 if you don't have on street parking adjacent to your development.
Okay, I think we should actually change that. I kind of agree with, if you have 2 adults living there with children, probably at least 2 cars. Okay, and then on the traffic signal, it's not warranted yet, but with increased traffic, it could be warranted for a traffic signal?
For that specific questions, I'm going to or traffic in general, I'm going to defer to Carly Campuzano, who I believe is on the call. She's a traffic manager.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Carly Campuzano, traffic manager, calling in remotely. Can you all hear me? Okay, great. So Mayor Pro Tem, to answer your question, yes, you're correct. The signal warrants are not currently met, but they're getting closer, and we think as development occurs, they'll likely be met in the next couple of years. So we are moving forward now with the design for that future signal, and the developer for this project will be paying 25% to the future signal.
May I ask
Please proceed.
To the applicant? So you're parking, because I heard a discrepancy on what you said for parking versus what the appellant said. Can you clarify how many parking spaces? I thought you said 459 total?
Correct. Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, that is correct. So count tandem spaces. They're not allowed by code to be counted, but so I added those, but 388, that doesn't include on-street, which we can count for guests, as long as it's within 200 feet of the unit.
Okay.
And that would be an additional 51 spaces. So 388, there are 20 tandem, and then 51 on-street would be 459. But on our cover sheet, we're at 388, which is still in excess of code, which only requires 321. And that's the 1 per unit plus the 5 guest. So if you look at all of the parking, it's 459 compared to 321.
Okay, and then on the landscaping on that, the 6th, I guess it was 6th Avenue.
6th Ave.
In the pictures, it depicted some trees and shrubs and so forth. So that is definitely part of the plan to help buffer.
Yes, correct. So we're strictly required by the city code to provide buffer landscaping. So we'd have deciduous trees, the sidewalk, the curbside landscape, foundation shrubs, front doors, those kinds of things. I don't think we have benches, but we could certainly add benches along that. We've done that with a lot of projects as well. So yes, correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mayor?
Very well. Further questions?
Mayor Sundberg?
Councilmember Sundberg.
May I ask a question of Traffic Manager Carly Campuzano, please? If she's still on the line. And that is, I believe the intersection in question did not quite yet meet the criteria for signalization. However, the city has agreed to do it. How soon can that be put up?
Yes, so that's correct. So we are proceeding with the design right now. The design and survey is normally about a 6-month process. So the earliest the signal could be put to bid is early next year. And then generally signal construction takes about a year, and that's because the signal poles take about 8 months minimum to receive once they're ordered. And the power source from Excel also generally takes about a year minimum. So we are looking at an overall timeline of about 2 years.
Thank you.
Further questions of
Mayor?
staff, the applicant?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
All right, so back to the question that I was asking before. So densification is generally beneficial because of that increase in multimodal and decrease in greenhouse gas emissions. So my question is, what is being done with respect to traffic calming or streetscape work to ensure safety and the perception of safety for active transportation uses, including walking and biking beyond the boundaries of the site?
Is that one for me?
Yes,
Councilmember
sorry.
Coombs? Okay, no worries. So we're outside of the RTD service area, unfortunately. Hopefully with more projects coming in the neighborhood, if you're interested, I can tell you all the yellow spot, projects, what's happening that I'm working on, at least that I know of. There will be 2 new projects coming in. There's one in Lamar Landing. South end of Lamar Landing is retail. The north end is multifamily. And then north of that, there's a project called Lona. And those are both coming with 4-story architecture. But as things start to densify, we'll see improvements. Catawba Way currently is only striped 2 lanes. There's no other striping on that road. So it's very difficult. I think cars speed through there because they've got this huge wide lane and then they just feel like they can go really fast. So this project will restripe Catawba for parking lanes on both sides, 2 bike lanes on both sides, and then travel lanes in each direction within the flow lines of the curb and gutter. So that's one item which will help, I think, slow traffic. Added cars on the street will also slow traffic. It's a traffic calming measure. There won't be anything like a roundabout or anything, but there will be a new intersection at 5th and Catawba. And again, an opportunity for crosswalks, sidewalks, curbs, those kinds of things at that location. You'll also have streetscape improvements on the south side of 6th Ave, the north side of 6th Parkway, and the east side of Catawba. So things like lighting, trees, landscape, front doors, those kinds of things all tend to just slow traffic because there's activity going on there versus just having it be wide open spaces, and then sidewalks along all of those roads as well. And then we are committed to putting perimeter walks around the entire project, so like a fitness loop or just, a loop around an 8-9 acre parcel is good for exercise multimodal opportunities. So bike lanes, slowing traffic, and walkability.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, can I ask additional questions?
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So you mentioned the building of additional amenities. So right now, it would take over 2 hours for folks to walk to any type of grocery store from this area, and over an hour to walk to any type of restaurant. So what are the what are the plans for increasing access to services and employment in this area, and in what timeline?
I will talk from what I know. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Coombs.
Yes, that was for you, sorry. All of my questions are for the applicant.
Thank you. Sorry. So there will be several retail corners at 6th Parkway and Gun Club. In addition to that, there will be at Aurora Crossroads to the north, and I'm just going to speak east of E470, for example. Right. The Aurora Crossroads project will have a full-service hospital, so I think there's jobs created there. Again, that's a 6-story hospital. That is on, I think, 30 acres or 40 acres. There is an additional data center that's coming to that project, and then there's a retail component for that project that's about 14 acres. That is also zoned, entitled, and master planned, if you will. Timing on the hospital, I think, is imminent. Some of these other multi-projects are also imminent. The retail piece at Aurora Crossroads, I believe they're starting to get some interest. There's also a big retail corner at the southwest corner of 6th Parkway and Gun Club that is being done by Harmony, the Harmony team. I don't know what the timing is on that. I'm not actually working on that one. But then there is there's a single-family for rent project coming in at Cross Creek in one of the yellow areas. That's also very close to final approval. I think its administrative decision is complete on that. So all of these sort of rooftops that you're seeing are going to start to attract some of the retailers. There is another big project that's coming to the west of here that is being called First Creek Powhatan, and it's going to be kind of the new interchange at I-70 in Powhatan, and this is a couple 100-acre project. So that also will help to support potential retail opportunities. There's some sort of urban district comp plan designations for that master plan, which will bring some more core town center type uses. And again, the comment about town center, there's town centers all over the metro area, smaller town centers. This is the intersection of a major, 2 major interchanges. So you're bound to see services like hospitals and retail and convenience grocery. It's just a matter of time, and we need to get the rooftops to attract the retailers.
Mayor, can I ask one more
Please
question?
proceed.
Okay, thank you. I will say that we've been hearing for many years at this point that you need more rooftops, and they've been being built, and the stuff's still not there. So, I think it breeds skepticism when that happens. But to the question that I have, densification is also an opportunity to address water use. So are you all participating in the multifamily water conservation program with Aurora Water, or what else may be being done to conserve water within the project?
Are you working with Aqua?
Yeah, we work with Aqua.
Landmark Companies is working with Aquasan
Yeah.
to work on the tap sizing and to make sure that the project will be water usage efficient.
Forward use,
Yeah, exactly. And then, of course, we always use landscape materials that are drought tolerant and xeric as well. So, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Mayor Kaufman, I have a question.
Councilmember Lawson.
Yeah, I just have a question and I guess that might be for the applicant and then maybe for Carly as well. So my question, and I always bring this up when these developments go up, when was the traffic study done? You gave examples You gave actual examples of what's going to slow down traffic. But I think a lot of times those are predictions, and then what happens is we have these traffic issues, and guess who the constituents come to? They come to us complaining about traffic, speeding. So you gave some examples of what's going to slow down traffic, because I know that this way, it could be a speed zone. And with all of the parking that you're going to have all these residents there, plus all this development that's going to come up with the hospital. Can you just tell me, when was the traffic study done? I know that the appellant side mentioned that, but what recent traffic study have you done?
Yes, Councilmember Lawson. So we did in 2021, when the master plan or framework development plan was amended, there was a letter, there was a traffic letter, compliance letter that was done. So basically what that letter said was, this use is going to be under the use that already is approved here, and basically it's in compliance with the master study. And then in addition to that, in March 2022, we submitted a detailed traffic impact, TIS, study. And so this is the very latest, but it was done in March 2022, and then it was reviewed by the city staff and effectively reviewed, revised, reviewed, and approved.
Okay.
Further questions?
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for the presentation. This question is for the applicant, and that is, since you mentioned that there would not be a roundabout, I would like to know why exactly that is, because when we're talking about traffic safety and, benefits that a lot of the residents were asking for, that's one of the best things we could do from an infrastructure standpoint.
Councilmember Marcano, I was sort of thinking of it maybe a roundabout that would be able to be located at the corner of Catawba and 5th. I don't think you could do one on 6th Parkway. Too big, yeah.
No, that's
And
not
I
what I was thinking.
one of the main reasons, and maybe if Carly's on, she can add to this, because I'm actually working with her on another roundabout in the city. But it's several of the corners of that intersection are currently established with fencing, lots, housing, and it would be extremely difficult to retrofit, but I would defer to her as well, if that would even be a prospect. It did not come up in our review.
Hello, everyone. Carly Campesano, traffic manager. So related to the roundabout, Diana's right. Generally, if the roadways, if the corners are already set, then it's a relatively expensive retrofit to put in a roundabout. And at the city, in our traffic impact study guidelines, we do require roundabouts be studied and be considered if always stop warrants are met. But the volumes in this area are just really low and aren't close to those thresholds for us to require it. And since the corners are already set, then it wouldn't have been something that we would comment on in the process.
Mayor.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. I understand that the corners are already set, and I do understand that there are cost implications, to retrofit existing infrastructure with that. But I just want to point out that that is becoming a more common practice around jurisdictions all over the country because of those public safety benefits that I mentioned. So I'd like to see us maybe be a little more assertive with that regard, because I do think that that kind of transportation infrastructure improvement really would address a lot of the concerns that we hear from constituents when developments like this come up. My second question for the site plan, I have to ask, because as a couple of my colleagues have already mentioned, this area is effectively a high-income food desert. We don't have really any amenities out here. There's a gas station, and I think not much else. So this being a mixed-use area, I'm just curious, was any other kind of amenity like that ever considered in this plan? I have seen modern developments with groceries and things like that at a smaller scale than like a typical, big box supers that you might find at a strip center, but are able to provide, the necessary amenities for residents nearby.
Councilmember Marcano, I'm going to try to maybe interpret that question as the size of the site isn't ideal for a grocery anchored retail. They typically like to be on anything from 14 and up, just because they have all the support tenants that can help drive traffic to the main anchor. I think there is opportunity for a larger grocery out there, and it would either be located probably at Powhatan and 6th Parkway, or it would be at Gun Club and 6th Parkway. So again, that's down the horizon. The reason this site is still largely undeveloped is because it was subdivided into 2 pieces. So there were 2 smaller sites owned individually by folks locally. They were both local, but landmark companies had to approach them both and have them agree to kind of, I think they were both for sale essentially, but we needed to make the deal to work them together. So I think that probably was a big roadblock initially. I think those property owners probably bought those properties as an investment opportunity, but then retail never came. And then, the market did what it did, but it's not a hard corner ideal location for retail. It's why it just never happened historically. So other amenities in the clubhouse that might be helpful for the residents. I'm sure there will be typical,
yeah, maybe there's nothing really for.
Nothing for the larger community necessarily.
Okay. Further question? Sorry.
Mayor.
Councilmember Jurenski.
So just one concern I have for this area is just public safety. It's no secret that our police department is grossly understaffed in this city, and this part of Aurora really needs a District 4 police station built in it, but of course we can't even staff the 3 that we have right now. I don't know if there's anybody here from the PD that could answer a question about how we keep absorbing the development in this part of Aurora without being able to hire more officers. I would like to hear from somebody from public safety.
Mr. Batchelor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jason Batchelor, Deputy City Manager. As the council member noted, the department is currently experiencing difficulty filling the authorized positions that they have. And so as we work through the plan that council has laid out regarding public safety, we're working towards trying to get the department fully staffed. And then each year as we approach the budget, we will add additional positions as needed to account for growth and service demand.
I have a follow-up. I guess my concern, though, Jason, is that I have had police officers tell me that it can take upwards of 45 minutes to respond to calls to this area. And so my concern, and of course I absolutely want to see Aurora be developed and built up, but my concern is at what expense? If we can't even staff the police department right now, at what point do we have to maybe look at some of these projects and try to prioritize? My concern is something happens to one of these people and it takes 45 minutes for a police officer to respond because we haven't been able to staff our police department. I am obviously very concerned about public safety in this city.
Understood, ma'am.
Further questions?
Mayor Sundberg.
Councilmember Sundberg.
I just have a couple comments. I've heard a number of concerns from neighbors in the area there, and I want to commend David Sapp for the work that he's put into research and voicing his opinion on this project and bringing an appeal. David and I had a good lunch some weeks back, talked about a number of things, number of issues. I left the lunch indicating to him that I would approach the developer to see if there is a type of tailoring of the project that could be done so the buildings on 6th were not so abrupt of 4 stories, and the developer did come back with a re-rendering and an architectural change that they invested in to step it up so it wasn't so abrupt, more of a 3-story, and they would lose several units. So I commend them for being involved in the community engagement process to that extent. I also am in the Murphy Creek area since 2003. I know that Cross Creek, Murphy Creek have been little oases way out in the plains for a long time. We've enjoyed some open space, and things are changing. I feel around myself in Murphy Creek. I don't know if Diana mentioned that the Aurora 1 project is coming for retail and mixed commercial use. It's going to be about a half-a-mile walk approximately from this site over at 6th Avenue and E470. If there had been retail in that area, I'm told that traffic from a study would probably have been about 2/3 of an increase from the multifamily, if that's correct. And then as you approach this area from the north, say Gun Club and I-70, if you're at that intersection, you're driving down Gun Club, you're heading north, you're going to be passing some retail, you're going to drive by at least one data center, you're going to see the big tower there and some other industrial-looking buildings. So as you're approaching it and you see 3-story apartments, you see paired townhomes or duplexes, there is an industrial look when you're headed from the north towards this area. Now, that doesn't give the reassurance to the neighbors who are looking at it the other direction. I understand that. But I simply want to commend David Sapp and the neighbors for, expressing their concern. And I also, at the same time, want to commend the developer for having a compatible approach and working with the neighbors. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mayor?
Further discussion?
Yeah, Mayor?
Questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
And this would be for legal. It was stated that all the requirements were met for zoning, for code, so forth. When we're making these kind of decisions, are we required to follow the guidelines of the code? I mean, I guess I'm asking why it was approved administratively with that minor adjustment.
No, Mayor Pro Tem, it was approved administratively because the code allows that sub-area to do administrative approvals. And so that was, according to code, what was approved here was a site plan, a major site plan. The rest of the criteria discussed are parts of code but are not part of this project. And so the site plan criteria is what the planning director and staff reviewed and made the decision on.
Right, I guess I wanted clarification on our role as we're contemplating this decision.
Your role, so there's a list of criteria, and that criteria will go through how a major site plan is approved. And it's the same thing if it were to be the planning director or the planning commission. And you see that anytime a site plan does come in front of you, usually on appeal or a call-up. And that would be if it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, the code and the rules and regulations that council's put forth, that it is consistent with the infrastructure, public utilities and so forth, the roadways, and that's usually why traffic is discussed quite a bit on a site plan. And that is compatible with the surrounding areas and so forth. And so all of those are, the elements discussed on both sides is what I guess you become the judge on this, on whether or not the amendments made by the developer, the improvements such as the lower height and the different colors and facade and so forth to try to be compatible with the neighborhood. That's for you to decide whether or not you believe that's been met or not.
And is there a risk if we were to deny the plan? The risk to the city?
I mean, there's always a risk. There's from either approval or denial. The risk would be what's called a 106 hearing. And with that, the 106 hearing is not a hearing on damages, but they would send it back. A court could look at it and say, if the council decided without going by code criteria, if it was arbitrary or capricious, if it was, and I think that one of the things, if somebody just said, hey, I hate apartment complexes, I don't care where it's at, I'm going to deny it purely off that might be arbitrary or capricious. The fact that we've had discussion in this hearing for as long as we have, and I guess all the important stuff, right? The traffic, the view, the size, the density, safety, all of that is what council is to take into their decision, and it's all been discussed tonight. So I think council, if you go with that criteria and vote yes or no, you're relatively protected in your decision.
Further questions of staff, the applicant, or the appellant? Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Motion is in order.
Mayor, motion to approve item 12D.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by?
Zavonic.
Seconded by Councilmember Zavonic to approve item number 12B. All right. Discussion.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to say thank you for the residents coming out and voicing their opinions, as well as for the applicant to talk about their project. These are really difficult decisions for council because when you do go by code and zoning that has been approved, it makes it really difficult when sometimes we make decisions based on years prior on zoning without necessarily knowing impacts to current residents. And I think that's something for us as a council to look at when we look at our UDO and whether we need to make any changes to the UDO. But I just wanted to say thank you for everyone's comments.
I stand corrected to 12D. Further discussion on 12D? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 12D. Call for the question on 12D.
Mayor Kaufman?
Mayor votes yes.
The motion passes with 10 yes votes and 1 no vote
Do I vote on that?
to pass item 12D.
Do I vote on that? No. Oh, it's an appeal, okay. Clerk, now please read the title to item number 13A.
Item 13A is ordinance 2022-44, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, vacating the public right-of-way for a portion of Gun Club Road, which runs south to north through Section 18, Township 3 South, Range 65 West, City of Aurora, County of Adams, State of Colorado.
Brief presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Ariana Muka, and I will be presenting for staff. The applicant, GVP Windler, LLC, proposes to vacate a segment of Gun Club Road located east of E470, between 56th Avenue and 48th Avenue. The street vacation request is part of a plan to facilitate development for the Windler Master Plan. The applicant desires to replace the existing curved alignment with the straight alignment for Gun Club Road and rename the street Denali Boulevard. And that is consistent with the Aurora Highlands, which is just to the south of this. The existing right-of-way segment is currently unpaved but does have a water line. The plans for the proposed Denali Boulevard have already been submitted to the city for review. Street vacations are not subject to the Planning Commission review and are directly the responsibility of City Council. Staff requests the approval on the request to vacate the segment of a street right-of-way of Gun Club Road. And with that, I'm happy to take questions. We also have the applicant here as well.
Questions of staff or the applicant? Seeing none, and thank you. The motion is in order.
Mayor,
Councilmember Jorinsky.
motion to approve item 13A.
It's been moved by Councilmember Jorinsky, seconded by?
Bergen.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen to approve item number 13A. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of item number 13A. Call for the question on 13A.
The motion passes to adopt ordinance 2022-44.
Would the clerk now please read the title to item number 13B?
Item 13B is ordinance 2022-45, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, amending Article 2 of Section 130 of the City Code, exempting certain fees from sales and use tax.
Councilmember Zavonic.
Thank you, Mayor. This ordinance is pretty straightforward. It came to my attention with the recently implemented sales or a fee that is on all deliveries from the state legislature that we apply, the local governments in the city of Aurora applies the municipal sales tax to that fee as part of the total purchase price. This exemption would exempt this all government fees from municipal sales tax, and so that would include the new delivery fee as well as the waste hire fee, which has been around, and then future government fees enacted by the state legislature or the city of Aurora.
Questions of, does staff have anything to add on that?
Yeah, so this is an exemption that would exempt certain government fees that meet certain requirements. And I can add, if you want to know the fiscal impact, it's about $220,000.
Further questions of staff or the sponsor? Seeing none, thank you for the presentation. Motion is in order.
Mayor.
Councilmember Zvonik.
Motion to approve item 13B.
It's been moved by Councilmember Zvonik, seconded by
Jurenski.
Second by Councilmember Jurenski to approve item number 13B. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question. The question before us is the adoption of item number 13B. Call for the question.
The motion passes to adopt ordinance 2022-45.
I will pass the gavel to Mayor Pro Tem.
Katie, could you please read item 13C?
Item 13C is ordinance 2022-46, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, enacting Section 138-191 of the City Code pertaining to the use of turf and ornamental water features.
And Mayor, you're the sponsor. Would you like to make a presentation, or will staff be doing that?
I'll have opening remarks. This ordinance recognizes the need for water conservation on all new developments, given Aurora's capacity for both commercial and residential growth. This proposal recognizes that the easy water rights in Colorado are all gone, and that the acquisition of new water rights will become increasingly expensive. A vote for this proposal is a vote to support a sustainable water policy for the future of our city, and a vote against it is to ignore the challenges that lie before us. And at first, before we go to the presentation, I think there's a technical problem with the bill, and could you explain that, Marshall Brown?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry. We do have somebody on the call-in line who just made it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sorry. Let's go ahead and do the public invited.
Lindsay, you are live. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and council members. My name is Lindsay Rogers. I'm a water policy analyst with Western Resource Advocates, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of enacting Section 138-191 of City Code pertaining to the use of turf and ornamental water features. WRA is a nonprofit conservation organization with a mission to protect the West land, air, and water to ensure that vibrant communities exist in balance with nature. We have decades of successful experience working collaboratively with municipalities and others on water conservation, land use planning, and reuse policy to ensure we have sufficient water supplies now and into the future. And we've long recognized Aurora as a leader in efficient water use programs and policies, and the proposed non-functional turf ordinance is another important example of this. Given the challenges we all know we face as a state and a region on the Colorado River, there's really never been a more critical time to enact strong water conservation policy. Colorado is a semi-arid state, yet approximately 50% of the water used annually in our towns and cities goes to outdoor irrigation. a large percentage of which is applied to high water use cool season turf. Some of this turf is functional, providing places to play and recreate, but much of it is non-functional and it's never used. This turf requires about 24 inches of supplemental irrigation a year, equating to more than 650,000 gallons or 2 acre-feet per acre each year. An acre-foot is enough water for roughly 3 to 5 homes each year, and with Aurora's ability to reuse its treated municipal return flows, that water goes even further. Ensuring new development in Aurora is smart from the start, and that landscaping is water efficient, attractive, and regionally appropriate is a necessity. Much less expensive to install water-wise landscaping initially than it is to retrofit landscaping in the future. It also saves customers money on their water bills. Most importantly, the water saved by limiting non-functional turf will help ensure Aurora's water supply is reliable, even in the face of drought and significant new growth. Aurora's proposed standards would be among the strongest water-efficient landscaping standards in Colorado and would provide the most water savings impact, given Aurora's size and projected population growth. That being said, Aurora is not alone in adopting water-wise landscaping codes, and many Front Range municipalities have standards in place that limit high water use turf, including Castle Rock, Aurora, Westminster, Boulder, Broomfield, Commerce City, and Parker, just to name a few. As more communities consider similar ordinances, Aurora's standards, if adopted, would be an exemplary model and help compel neighboring communities to update their own codes. Aurora has long been a trailblazer and early adopter of water conservation programs, and through this ordinance, Aurora is taking a critical step to ensure water supply resiliency now and into the future.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment?
No.
Okay, and Marshall, you were going to talk about a technical item in the ordinance?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Section 1, subsection 5B has an artifact in the language of the ordinance. The proposed ordinance is limiting turf in backyards to 500 square feet, not allowing turf in front yards, with the exception of alley-loaded properties or properties that cannot have backyards. They would be allowed to have that turf in the front yard. And the mistake in that subsection is that it still says 750 square feet in the front yard. That is supposed to say 500 square feet to be consistent with the prior subsection A.
Interesting. I was going to ask that question myself. Mayor?
So I want to, legally, do we have to do this through amendment? Can I go without objection? Well, you would have to go without objection.
Mayor Pro Tem, when you make the motion, it will include that correction.
Okay, so if everyone heard that correctly, when the motion is made on the ordinance, it would include that change to 500 feet.
Okay.
Okay.
Marshall Brown, if you could go forward with the details of the proposal.
Thank you again, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. It's pretty widely well known right now that the Colorado River is in crisis. That's grabbed a lot of national attention here in the West. I'm not going to go through all those details of that. Again, that's fairly common knowledge. What maybe isn't quite as common knowledge-wise is that the other major sources for Aurora and within Colorado are also highly stressed. So Aurora gets very little rainfall. We are in the arid West. We get about 15 inches a year of rain. That won't sustain non-native vegetation very well. And we have to import most of our water supplies. So as was mentioned on the public comment section, Aurora has been leading from a sustainable water supply perspective since the 1950s. In the 1950s, it was recognized that groundwater is not a long-term sustainable supply, so Council established goals and guidelines on which to build the Aurora water system. And they said, go out and find surface water that's sustainable, that's renewable. At the time, it was not well recognized. None of the surface waters were highly stressed. They were viewed as fairly highly available, plentiful water. So we built our system upon those guiding principles. We get about half of our water supply out of the South Platte River, 1/4 out of the Colorado River, and 1/4 out of the Arkansas River Basin. Again, in the Colorado River, we know now will not provide the water that it was planned to provide to the seven states of Utah, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, California, and Nevada. Those are the states dependent upon the Colorado River. And that river right now has been declared to be about 2 to 4 million acre feet short in any given year out of a total of 14 million acre feet. So a huge percentage of that source that's at risk or not viable. The South Platte has been in the headlines recently also. We know that Nebraska, our neighbors, would like to build a canal and take additional water into Nebraska out of the South Platte River. And the South Platte River is, again, stressed by climate change and other factors as well. Then the Arkansas Basin, which is the furthest away we have to go for our supplies for Aurora, is also experiencing stresses. So it's not just a Colorado River crisis, it's an arid West water supply crisis. So for us, again, continuing to try to set Aurora up for a sustainable future, to be able to be a vibrant community that doesn't get affected as much by these stresses, we took on a challenge to create an ordinance that would make a significant difference in our sustainable future, continue to provide that local, regional, and statewide leadership in this space, and contribute appropriately to the water crisis. You heard mentioned earlier also that about half of our water is used outdoor, half is used indoor. Aurora, through the Prairie Water System, again, another very innovative system that Aurora was one of the first to implement, can recover and reuse roughly all of our indoor water use. We can bring that back into our system and use it over and over again. We cannot capture and reuse the outdoor water use. So this ordinance focuses on the inefficient use of water outdoors or cool season turf. It also limits water features and some other spray irrigation in some specific locations. So it focuses on outdoor efficiency. We did go out to the community late last year and asked the residents what they would think if we were to limit specific applications of cool season turf. And you can see on the graph up on the screen now, what is shown in blue are the percentages of roughly 400 plus residents that replied to the survey on a voluntary basis. And you see front yards, roughly 3/4 of the respondents felt that it was a good idea to not allow turf in front yards. 90% agreed with prohibiting aesthetic turf in common areas, and 86%, roughly the same percent or close to the same percentage, agreed that prohibiting cool season turf in median or curbside landscape applications was also a good idea. This ordinance also prohibits new golf courses that are not already pre-approved. We do have one golf course, additional new golf course coming to us in Aurora. This ordinance would prohibit any beyond that. And again, that was the lowest approval rating from the residents, but that was still at 62%. So specifically, what this will do is eliminate cool season turf in residential front yards. Now, I will point out there are warm season turfs that can still be installed in front yards. They work well for a lot of applications. They work well for aesthetics. They work well for children or pets. They don't work really well for high traffic type uses like soccer or sports, but they look or can look very similar to some of the cool season turfs and use roughly 2/3 less water. So those are not prohibited in these applications. This focuses only on the cool season turfs that are named after places like Kentucky. It also prohibits turfing curbside and median landscape areas, multifamily and commercial landscape areas not designated for active recreation, new golf courses, and then I mentioned the spray irrigation will not be allowed in medians moving forward. It does preserve defined park spaces. It allows cool season turf there. It allows cool season turf in active or recreation spaces in multifamily and commercial developments, school sites, active and recreation spaces again, and turf in backyards, cool season turf, the lesser of 45% or 500 square feet. And again, as I mentioned earlier, if a backyard can't accommodate turf, this does have an allowance to shift that turf at the same 45% or 500 square feet to the front yard. Really what this is intending to do is shift us from what's shown here to what's shown here. So we do have a lot of criteria. We've been working towards this type of ordinance for over a decade. We have a lot of guidelines and criteria, design specifications, etc. We require 50% vegetative coverage and have a plant palette in code that specifies what types of plants are allowed in those spaces. It will add color. It will not create additional heat. And these are not just barren, rock-strewn landscapes we're talking about. These can be attractive, appealing, and very aesthetically pleasing. So with that, take any questions or comments.
Okay, discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, sorry, I'll let Councilmember Gardner go first.
Councilmember Gardner?
So I had a couple of, amendments that I wanted to offer on this, and I believe the city clerk has those, but I'll read them for the record. And there was a slight change I made to one of those amendments, so I'll read through it. 3 years after the effective date of this ordinance, and this would be a new subsection 11, 3 years after the effective date of this ordinance, the city manager shall have a third-party economic study conducted to include at least the following elements: impact of this ordinance on water usage in the city of Aurora, impact of this ordinance on household water rates in the city of Aurora, impact of this ordinance on home values and prices in the city of Aurora, impact of this ordinance on new home construction in the city of Aurora, and adoption of similar ordinances by other jurisdictions within the Denver metropolitan area. The results of this economic study shall be presented to City Council within 39 months of the effective date of this ordinance. So that's essentially 3 months after the 3 years. And in the absence of a reauthorization vote by City Council, this ordinance shall expire after 42 months. And really what I'm trying to accomplish here is the city and City Council needs to have an understanding of what impact this ordinance has. If it works, as I'm assuming the sponsors and those who support this ordinance think it will, to me, there shouldn't be any concerns about having a study done. However, if it doesn't work, and it has impacts on our water rates, our home values, and drives new home building to other communities in the metro area, I think we need to know that as well. And so that's the first one. So I don't know if you want to.
He has a second one, I believe.
Well, Madam Pro Tem, I think we should do,
Mayor, you have.
unless you want to combine them into one amendment, they should be voted on separately.
Okay, please be recognized.
Okay.
Councilmember Gardner, we're going to go ahead and take the one first.
Okay.
So based on that particular one, is there a discussion? Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, first of all, this amendment presupposes that there is no emergency, that there is no crisis, that this is just an option. This is just a choice. It's not a choice. We are in a crisis. What this presupposes is there is no prolonged drought. And it is not compounded by climate change, which it is. And so some of these, I think the assumption is wrong. Where the leadership can come from on this is the Water Policy Committee. They can continually look at this to see if it needs to be modified. But to have an arbitrary date to say that somehow the environment is going to magically change on this date, it's just ludicrous. And so I'd ask for a no vote.
Further discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilmember Gardner.
Yeah, a couple things. First, Aurora can't solve climate change on our own, despite what the mayor might think. And so if we are the only municipality that adopts this ordinance, the water issues are going to continue. But what also is going to happen is home values are going to go up. They're going to become less affordable for residents in our city, while our rates will continue to rise. And I think we need to know that. If this ordinance works like it should and is adopted by other municipalities in the metro area, as Marshall and the mayor have both said will happen, I don't really see why there's a lot of concern with doing a study. To me, if it works like you think it should, Mr. Mayor, what are you so worried about?
Mayor Pro
Further
Tem.
discussion? Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so I think home values are going to keep going up no matter what. I don't know if you've noticed the increases in home values that we've been having. So I think we would likely be misguided to attribute those purely to a water-related ordinance. But that aside, I think having a study would make some sense. My concern is that having a study when most of the projects that are going to be built won't have this applied to them would, like in a time frame where we wouldn't have actually had this applied, would give us results that are not accurate or reflective. In 2 years, we're going to be seeing the projects built out that are getting approved right now. So I'm concerned about the timeline more so than the request for a study. And as far as other municipalities, I participate in a lot of water-specific groups and conversations, and I know for sure that other municipalities are considering this. I think we'll see something coming out of Castle Rock very, very soon from conversations that I've recently had. So I don't think that's something that's being made up. That's something that I have actively heard from other municipalities. But mostly, yeah, my concern is just the timeline. There's nothing wrong with anything that's being asked for. I just think we should be looking at a timeline other than an automatic sunset. I think we should look at whether a sunset would make sense based on that study rather than having an automatic sunset. But I also think that the study needs to be pushed out to a timeline that would be reflective of the implementation, which 2 years is not.
Further discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilmember Gardner.
Yeah, so this amendment is not, I hope that other municipalities and jurisdictions in the metro area do adopt this. But the rules of supply and demand, which are undefeated, say that if homes are built in other communities and not in Aurora, we will have less of a supply and the price will go up. And we need to understand what the impacts will be. We talk a lot about housing affordability on this council and our housing committee. And again, we are doing one more thing to make housing more expensive in our city. If we are okay with that trade-off, that's great. But I think we need to understand that. We need to understand what impact this can have, and that's what an economic study can do. Certainly, the entire increase in home values wouldn't be attributed to this ordinance. However, if we see that home building, which Aurora is a leader in the metro area, is being driven to other communities, and as a result of this ordinance, we can decide at that time if we want to continue with it. But like I said, I hope other communities adopt this ordinance. That's in there because I think we need to have an understanding, is Aurora trying to solve the problem of climate change on our own, or are we all in this together? If other communities pass it, that's great, but we need to understand what impact it has on the city of Aurora, because at the end of the day, we're not for city council for the metro area, we're city council for the city of Aurora, and we have a responsibility to ensure that our residents have homes that they can afford to live in our city.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Councilmember Coombs.
Just a question for Marshall. With the increase in costs of acquiring water, would we be likely to see an increase in tap fees and other costs that drive housing costs up if we don't do this?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Coombs. The irony with some of this is that the ordinance is actually intended to keep home prices down because of the connection fee prices. I will remind Council, we just approved $40 million in water acquisitions this evening alone. Those costs all have to pass on to development through our connection fees. So if we can, and we have a volumetrically based connection fee. So by reducing the volume of water used on each single individual property, we lower the price, or we keep the prices lower on home costs in Aurora. Now, we did say, I will mention also, we had conversations with multiple home builders and multiple developers, and they said, hey, this landscaping might cost about $3,000 more. The connection fee happens to be $3,000 less. So we're offsetting the cost increase that they were concerned about, and because of that, multiple groups backed off of their concern and felt we addressed the cost differential.
I'm going to interrupt right here because I was just informed we did not get a second on the motion for your amendment. So I will go ahead and second it.
Mayor Pro Tem, we don't have a motion or a second for the ordinance as well. So we don't have a motion or a second for the actual ordinance.
Okay, so we need a motion on the original. Mayor?
I move the ordinance.
Okay, we have a second by Councilmember Marcano. And then do we have a motion on the amendment? We have a motion by Councilmember Gardner, second by Mayor Pro Tem Bergen. Okay, sorry. Now we can continue a discussion on the amendment. Yes, Councilmember Lawson.
Marshall, a question. So I know we're talking about housing values, and we're talking about that on this council, but I guess for me too, and I want to see if you concur with this or not, or disagree. Don't we have to think about the future of how we're growing in our grid and how we're actually, from our water grid perspective? Because we're talking about home values, but we keep building. And then we're doing this conservation effort, which I think is important, but we keep building, and we're more thinking about sprawling instead of really going up on density. So I guess my question is, don't we have to factor that into this whole perspective? You know, everybody's talking about housing costs and building someplace else, but how are we building, and how are we going to make sure that we're in the future, 2050, be able to keep with capacity? So do you concur with that, or do you disagree with me?
Councilmember Lawson, thank you. I meant to actually include that in some of my presentations, so I absolutely concur with that. We cannot continue to grow in the future as we have in the past from a water use perspective. Otherwise, we will likely run into a limitation of not enough water supply to continue growing. You are absolutely correct.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment, please.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Councilmember Marcano?
Thank you. First, I just want to thank Councilmember Lawson for bringing up the land use issue, because that's, I think, one of the largest issues that we have as it pertains to growth and sustainability for the city of Aurora. And I just want to point out that this is not a climate change ordinance. This is a resiliency ordinance. This is us adapting to the climate reality that we're facing. When we're talking about
I'm sorry, is it going to be related to the amendment?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So with this amendment, I'm okay with the study. I'm okay with gathering this information. I think that's useful to have. However, I have a strong objection to the sunset clause that's included in here. So would you consider it a friendly amendment to strip the sunset clause out, Councilmember Gardner?
Councilmember Gardner?
So that would be letter B.
I'm seeing, no, that would be, maybe we're looking at two different
The
things.
formatting is different on the screen.
Yeah, it is.
So the sentence, in the absence of a reauthorization vote by City Council, this ordinance shall expire after 42 months.
Yeah.
I would consider that a friendly amendment.
Okay. We have a friendly amendment to strike number 2 of the sunset. Further discussion on the Gardner amendment. Okay, call for the vote on the Gardner amendment.
The motion passes with 7 yes votes to approve the Gardner amendment.
Okay, and did you have a second amendment?
I did.
Councilmember Gardner?
So the second amendment was in section 3, regarding exemptions. So currently, the sentence states, "Developments with site plans approved by the city prior to January 1st, 2023 are exempt from this section." I would like to propose adding the following: "Developments with site plans approved by the city prior to January 1st, 2023, and here's the addition, or site plans submitted prior to the adoption of this ordinance are exempt from this section." And I think what I'm trying to do there is ensure that developments that already have their site plans in right now aren't forced to go back to the drawing board if city staff doesn't move quickly enough to approve them by January 1st, 2023. I think everyone on this council, I assume everyone on this council, because I hear it all the time, about the time it takes for site plan reviews and 8 rounds of back and forth and that type of thing. And so I want to make sure that developers basically don't have a moving target, where if they submit they have it in process right now and it doesn't get approved, or staff takes too long to review it, that they are working under the requirements that were in place when they submitted their original site plan.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? I will second. Oh, who was that?
Zvonik.
Zvonik seconds the amendment. Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem, this absolutely, and I think this speaks to the direction that I think the sponsor wants to go. This guts this proposal, absolutely guts this proposal, and I'd like to defer at this time to Marshall Brown, but those that are already approved by the end of this year, that's really projects over the next 2 years that would be built. Marshall Brown, could you elaborate?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council. This would present a bit of a challenge because a site plan could come in and be pending, have issues. What we tried to do, I will say, with the January 1st, 2023 cutoff, I think Councilmember Gardner is similar to your concern. We're trying to build in enough time that they can work through the process. If we have a site plan that's working through the process and there's a staff issue that holds that up, but the site plan is substantively good and they've not delayed getting it in, we can work through that. But we can't necessarily have site plans that are not well done or that were submitted maybe 10 years ago. There might be a site plan on record that's not approved for the development to move forward, but might be in the record. We can't have those pending site plans hanging out there, if that makes sense. So we did try to accomplish something similar, I think, to what you're trying to here. We approached it in a slightly different way.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Gardner.
So explain to me what good faith efforts the city would do to ensure, let's say a developer put in their site plan today and it was not approved by January 1st, they might have to go back and make what could be significant changes because of this ordinance. And so what good faith efforts are we going to do? Because, yeah, I agree, there might be some examples of old site plans, things that have been hanging around for a long time that we may not want to apply this to, but there are going to be other ones where are we just going to tell a developer, tough luck, staff took too long to get your review plans back and you're out of luck and you have to go back to the drawing board? So if we're not, what good faith efforts are we going to take to ensure that that doesn't happen? And that's probably not a Marshall Brown question. It's probably a planning question, or I don't know, but.
Yeah, I may have to seek a lifeline on that with
Do we have someone from planning that could address that?
Thanks, Jenny.
Janine Restad. Is this on?
It's got to turn green.
Where's the button? Thank you. Sorry about that. First time up here. Janine Restad, Director of Planning and Development Services. Recommendation would be that any changes be for applications filed after the effective date, so we don't have this midstream change. Even if they're in first, second review, they should be held to the rules in place at the time.
So notice, Councilmember, filed after. So typically, this is first reading. You would see second reading later this month in August. Effective date would be effectively, let's just call it roughly end of September, because you have I'm looking at the city attorney, 30 day period before it's effective. So you're looking at roughly an effective date of 1 October. So as long as it's in progress before then, before the effective date, we would process it under the rules in place now. So if somebody files something after that October 1st date, after the effective date, we would go under the new rules that council's just approved. That would be our recommendation, and it would address the same issue you've got, which is, you're bringing up now, which is, we don't want to change rules on them mid-process, and we wouldn't do that. It really is a question of how are we defining the beginning or end date.
I'm going to recognize myself, because if you're now saying the deadline's October 1, basically.
Effective date of the ordinance, and we could get you that exact date.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilmember Gardner, then Mayor.
So that's not clear to, so now what you're saying is, as long as their application is in by October 1st, regardless of if it's approved by January 1st? Because if that's the case, then why is it worded that it has to be approved prior to January 1st?
And I'll allow Janine to address that point.
I don't have a lot of comfort in having a conversation and then the ordinance saying something else. So if that's the case, then we need to make a change to this, to put into place what was just described.
Yeah, and again, the intent was an approved site plan by January 23rd with there's certain dates, and again, I'm not an expert in this, but there are certain dates required, timeframes for reviews by which people have to get things submitted. So those guidelines provided protection with the cushion of January 1st for the approval, if that makes sense.
So it's not an application?
It's still pending, the way it's drafted, it's pending approval, but again, backing up from approval, if they submit a site plan today that's headed towards approval, it will get through the process with all the guidelines and requirements in place by January 23rd. But it needs to be, and again, I'm not an expert in the approval process of site plans, but it can't just be a pending draft site plan that's historically sitting out there. That's why we went with the approval date.
Mayor?
Well, it's not, my concern is that what this would enable people to do that want to circumvent these requirements would be to submit anything.
Anything, yeah.
I mean, you could put it, what the back of a napkin, right? The back of a napkin by January 1st, and you're okay. You don't have to do anything about water conservation. I mean, if that's your goal, then I guess that's what you're going to do here. But then anybody who votes for this amendment, the way it's drafted, should just vote against the bill, because you're effectively doing the same thing.
Further discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilmember Coombs.
So I just want to clarify, because we did talk about this a little bit in study session, and I asked about the issue of kind of a rush of applications. So, and the impression I had from that conversation is that we were going to try to mitigate that by having this approval deadline and an option for the planning director and the water director to give an exception if there was a good reason to give that exception. I am concerned that if we say you have until October 1st, we're going to see a rush of stuff coming in before October, or before the effective date. So could we modify this so that it's the date that we, instead of that 30-day publication period, that it's like the date of second reading, anything submitted before the date of second reading? Because it kind of limits that potential for a rush of applications between now and October 1st.
Councilmember Gardner.
I'm okay with that. What I'm trying to get to is, I appreciate the staff's, discussion and conversation about, good faith review and all that, but at the end of the day, if it's not in writing, if it's not in the ordinance, there's no requirement to follow it. And so, this has been a topic we've talked about, this specific issue, several times now, both in Water Policy Committee and study session, and now here at a regular council meeting. And every time I hear, oh, that's not going to be a problem because staff's going to do this, and yet the version that keeps coming forward doesn't have what staff says they're going to do. And so I'm just, that's what I'm trying to fix here.
Councilmember Coombs, was that a friendly amendment to add that second reading?
Yes, so to replace adoption with date of second reading.
That's a friendly amendment, yes.
Right. Okay. Further discussion?
Member Tim.
Councilmember Marcano?
Thank you, ma'am. And this is actually a question for the city attorney. How does pending ordinance doctrine interfere with what or interact rather with what we're doing here?
So that's exactly what you're doing, is you're setting the expectation for when that pending, you're defining the pending. So you're going to give a date specific, which is now the second reading. So that's going to become the date.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment with the friendly amendment?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Coombs?
All right, can I just ask the staff if they think that accomplishes what I'm saying I think it accomplishes in terms of preventing that rush?
And I'll answer from my perspective, and again, then defer for clarification from the planning folks. What we were trying to accomplish with this and the discussions were January 1st, 2023 effective date, and it gives people plenty of time to get their site plans submitted and into the process if they're actually working towards development. But what it didn't allow for was somebody to just throw something out there to get a placeholder to avoid complying with the ordinance. So we were trying to keep it simple and relatively straightforward. When we're getting into the pending doctrines and the second reviews and all of that, it starts to get kind of complicated.
Can we get planning to, I know they're having a powwow. Caucusing, yes. We'll give them a second here. If you could, if planning could let us know your thoughts on this.
Trying to process a lot of this on the fly, so I'll ask for my backup here. We do have a 12 to 16-week process for the site plans. The October 1st, that puts the burden on the applicant versus our process of trying to get things through. We do have also the requirements of some completeness, so just putting something on the back of the napkin would not suffice.
But the second reading is not the back of the napkin, correct?
Correct, yeah. So if it's been submitted in and it's substantially complete for first review, again, it's really what you're measuring. So again, as Janine said, it's a 12-week, could be a 16-week review process for approval. So by putting the burden on the applicant to have a complete and full submittal, by October 1st, through our normal process, that should yield a January 1st approval. The concern would be for the developer that comes in the door, submits something on November 15th, now asking for an approval by January 1. I'm looking around the dais. You all know you can all insert favorite developer here. They will be leaning on you all to get an approval by January 1. That then puts the burden on us rather than making the burden very clear that if you want to operate under the current set of rules and not the new ordinance, you have a date certain to get a complete application in. That, therefore, if we're dealing with the issues that you've identified, Councilmember Coombs, wherever we draw the line, there are going to be people that rush to get in under the old set of rules. It doesn't matter whether we draw the line as a January 1st approval or an October 1st submittal. Wherever we draw that, they're going to come in because they feel that it is advantageous for them, for whatever reason, to come in under the old set of rules. So Our preference for staff would be to have that burden be on the developer, that, they have to get a complete submittal in and not have it be on an approval, because one, there's going to be a rush, and then two, it's going to yield that request for, I know it's a 12-week process, but you can get it done in 6 weeks. So that's our concern.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Further discussion, Councilmember Coombs?
So to clarify, you would rather us set a submittal date than an approval date in the ordinance?
I think that would be development review staff's perspective, just in terms of, again, it clearly delineates that burden and doesn't put it on the review and approval staff. We still have our timelines to meet. We will do everything in our power to meet them. But again, and again, I think to the questions here, that 12-week process goes both ways. It's both for the developer and for staff. So if it's a 12-week process, that means the developer's supposed to return comments in 2 weeks. Well, that may mean we're trying to get consultants to review submittals over the Thanksgiving holiday in order to get things back. And it's just going to be potentially an undue burden. Again, wherever we draw the line and how we define it, there's going to be a rush.
And can we get clarification on when you mean full submittal, that is the 12 weeks or up to 16 weeks?
Yeah, it would be 16 weeks if it's a larger site plan, but typically most of the site plans we see, I think, are in that 12-week time frame. There are some that go into the 16-week. I'll look at Brandon to perhaps provide a little color on that.
So that's 4 months. So now we're backing up to September?
For very large site plans. Brandon, you want to help distinguish between a 12 and 16-week?
We have various processes identified depending on the complexity of proposals, and the complexity guidelines are outlined in our development handbook. And for example, a master plan is typically a longer process than a site plan. So that's predefined and identified to the applicant at the beginning of the process.
I guess the only thing I'd add to that, Mayor Pro Tem, is, again, under the submittal, it doesn't matter whether it's a 12 or 16 week. If we say it's the effective date of the ordinance, which again we're approximating is October 1st, it doesn't matter whether it's a 12 or 16 week. As long as they get it in and it's a complete submittal, it goes through our process. It gets approved January 1st. It gets approved January 25th. It doesn't matter. It was in, before the effective date of the ordinance, so it goes under the old process.
Okay. Councilmember Gardner, did you want to stay with your, the way it's written right now? I think everybody can see it on their screen. Or did you want to change it?
No, I'm fine changing it based upon the recommendation of planning staff. I'm frustrated that we're at this point on the floor and having to have this conversation. If there would have been appropriate stakeholder engagement on this ordinance, we wouldn't be having to have this conversation right now, but that's, I guess, neither here nor there. So yeah, I'm okay with wording it with how staff just recommended it.
Which is what's?
So it was developments with site plans submitted to the city prior to the effective date of this ordinance are exempt from this section. Is that correct?
Substantially complete, is that?
Correct.
Madam Chairman.
Mayor?
Is there a difference between just saying site plan submittal and full site plan submittal?
We could add the qualifying language of a complete application.
It's made it worse.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
What's the full language of that?
With complete site plan application submitted. Yeah.
Effective date.
Yeah.
Prior to October 1st.
Prior to the effective date.
And I'm getting to run me the actual effective date, unless you've already
What is the effective date?
The effective date of this ordinance is September 24th, 2022.
Oh.
So development with complete site plan application. I know, it's hard doing on the fly.
Does this make it worse than what's in the current ordinance?
Yep.
Sorry, I'm coordinating with IT to put this on the screen while we're talking about it. So you want it to say developments with complete site plans, applications submitted to the city prior to the effective date of September 24th, 2022. Is that correct?
Well, effective date of the ordinance
Yeah,
on,
that makes more sense.
If I may, this is Ian Best of the City Attorney's Office. In consulting with Mr. Batchelor and Mr. Money, I think it may be best to use effective date of September 30th if we're going to use this.
Just that way, because there's publication dates in there, and that way just it's very clear. You have until the end of September, and just do it that way so it's clear.
okay.
Okay, everyone can see it on their screen. Councilmember Gardner, do you agree with the way it's now written?
Mayor Pro
Well, I
Tem.
thought we were going to take it.
Sorry, we still have to drop.
Not yet, not yet.
Oh, we haven't fixed it yet? Okay, sorry.
What's-
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we still need to remove everything after or.
Including or. Oh, no.
What?
Oh, I thought you were-
Okay, good. I'm fine.
Okay, Councilmember Gardner.
I don't have any further changes to that.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I ask how the original sponsor feels about the friendly amendment as it is now?
Who's the original sponsor?
The good
No,
mayor.
just kidding. Mayor.
Support.
I have a question. I think this makes it worse for applicants. You're shortening their date.
Mayor Pro Tem, not necessarily, because before there was a hard and fast cutoff. If it was not approved by January 1st, 2023, then they were out of luck. This is going to allow them to go beyond that date and still get approval as long as
Oh, gotcha.
their site plan in by then.
As long as it's in.
Yeah.
You're going to have a rush, though, I can tell you. Okay, so this is the final amendment. Further discussion on this one? Okay, can we call for the vote?
Councilmember Murillo, we need your vote.
Yeah, I lose my vote.
Thank you. The motion passes to approve the amendment from Councilmember Gardner.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on the original amendment or the original motion? I would like to make a statement, and that is I'm going to support the ordinance, but I honestly feel that this was not well-written. We're basically putting the burden on homeowners for backyards and front yards, and yet there's a lot of parks that are using a lot of water. There's a lot of common areas in metro districts that are using a lot of water. The Great Lawn right outside our building is a massive amount of green space, turf. So I wish we would have taken a little bit more time to collaborate so that we could have maybe actually made this maybe even more effective, because I think And I'm glad to see that we have a study in here, because I do want to see what the impact is going to be on our water usage, if it's going to make as big of a difference as we think. I think every bit does help. I do agree with that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Mayor.
Very good, thank you. So there's two, this is not the end all. So there's going to be two other efforts, I think. One other effort's going to, probably both will emanate from the Water Committee, and Water Policy Committee. And so one is for the city to look at all of its properties, all of its existing properties, not simply prospectively, but existing properties, and see where we can do efficiency in terms of what is functional, what is not functional in terms of turf. Then the second is we already have incentives down, and it may be enhancing those incentives to encourage existing homeowners to make the conversion. So this is merely one part of the effort, but there will be others. And
Again, I think it's a bit hypocritical that the city is not doing anything at this point, that this precedes the city being really the, taking the lead and saying, we've done it, now we want you to do it. I think it's, I personally just think it was backwards, but I will be supporting it. So further discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you. First, I want to say that the city is and has been for a long time taking steps to reduce its water usage. Just last year, we approved several reworks of city-owned property to reduce non-functional grass. So this is something that has been underway. So I think it's completely consistent with what the city's been doing. I think the current crisis, though, has accelerated, I think, faster than any of us thought it would. So I'm excited to see us taking the step. I'm supportive of what I heard from the mayor about the next steps. And another thing I'd like to add on there, too, is not just looking at, more rebates, but I want us to actually go in and fully cover the cost of some of these conversions, because my concern is, as we continue to be a drier, more arid climate, we are going to need to find ways to cut water use aggressively in our existing part of our city. So I'd like to see us fully support those transitions. I don't think we should be penalizing homeowners or property owners for making those necessary transitions as well, because I want to just go back to, kind of how we started this conversation. This isn't optional. This is mandatory. It's the climate reality that we're facing. So I'm excited to see bipartisan support on this, and I will be supporting it.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Okay, call for the vote.
The motion passes to adopt ordinance 2022-46.
And I will return the gavel to the mayor.
Mayor, can I ask for a brief break?
The time is now 10:22. We will take a break until 10:30. Council is now recessed.
Council's back in session. Can the city clerk please read 14A?
Item 14A is ordinance 2022-42, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, rezoning a parcel of land measuring 2.99 acres more or less at the southwest corner of East Mississippi Avenue and South Kitten Way from medium-density residential district to mixed-use corridor district and amending the zoning map accordingly.
Okay. Do we have a brief presentation from staff?
Mayor Pro Tem, through you, Brandon Camerata with the Planning Department. So this is the second reading on this zoning map amendment. The location of the amendment is on Mississippi in Kenton, which is about a block west of Havana Gardens, or excuse me, east of Havana Gardens. The rezone was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. And if there's any questions, I could try to answer them.
Mayor?
Questions of staff?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
So in advance of the original hearing, I had to work remotely for a few weeks, but when I drove by there this week, I noticed that the signs for the hearing were blocked by construction, like cones and then the Jersey barriers. So I'm not sure that people were able to see those, which is concerning. And the canvassing discussion that was had about liquor licenses before is something that happens after site plan approval and prior to construction, not something that would have occurred before a hearing for rezoning. So I am really concerned that there wasn't adequate and effective notice provided to the community. And I continue to be concerned that we don't, for example, look at drainage from a gas station and the contamination impacts of drainage from a gas station. And finally, I continue to be concerned that this is in no way the highest and best use of this site. There are so many gas stations and grocery stores in the vicinity of this site, and there is a desperate need for housing.
Further questions of staff?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. So this is the rezone. There will be a site plan to come in the future, correct?
Mayor, through you, Brandon with Planning Department. There, in conjunction with the rezone requests that went through Planning Commission,
Okay.
Planning Commission did conditionally approve a site plan for the gas station. So if this rezone is approved, then they will proceed with finalizing that entitlement.
All right, thank you.
Further questions?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So this is to rezone to mixed use. We heard from people today that they need commercial. So it's, on one hand, we want housing. On the other hand, we want retail and commercial. I kind of agree with Councilmember Coombs on this proliferation of gas stations everywhere, but we don't have any kind of restrictions on gas stations, or do we on the, I think I asked this before, we do, right, on the distance?
Correct. We do have limitations at intersections, so you're limited to two auto-related uses, 2 quadrants of an intersection being occupied by auto-related uses, which includes gas stations and car washes and things like that. There's also other mixed-use districts that do not permit gas stations at all. For example, some of the TOD type zone districts, as well as mixed-use neighborhood, which is a smaller scale mixed-use district.
And the reasoning, sorry, Mayor.
No, please proceed.
And the reason for the 2 quadrants is both sides of the traffic going each direction, I guess. Is that why? They're opposite
Through you, I
projects?
think really it was looking at these very questions of what's appropriate for the community, and is it in the best interest of the community to have potentially a gas station on four corners of an intersection, and that's really what it's getting at, is an effort to push for the nodes of commercial activity to be more diverse and not be entirely oriented around those type of uses. In conjunction with that, we permitted also the allowance of multifamily in some of those to further diversify and allow those nodes different avenues to function.
Thank you.
Further questions of staff? Seeing none, thank you, staff. Motion is in order.
Mayor, motion to approve item 14A.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by? I'm sorry. Seconded by Councilmember Medina. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Mercado.
Thank you, sir. I just want to kind of bring up a point that Mayor Pro Tem Bergen just made, and that's true. The site that we discussed earlier, that was a kind of a difficult decision, because I really do feel that that community needs a mixed-use kind of, development for those amenities. In this part of the city, this is Ward 4, we actually desperately need housing. As I mentioned, there's at least, I think, 5 gas stations within a very short distance of this area. It's right next to a major retail center, but we need housing. This area is next to 2 apartment towers. They're R2 zoned. This area is currently zoned R2. And just to be clear, I actually like the MUC zoning better than the R2, because it allows for a better use of the land for not just residential, but you can put a little coffee shop or something like that downstairs. What we're looking at here, though, is a gas station. And since it's conditionally tied to the approval of this is why I'm going to continue to urge a no vote, because we already have plenty of gas stations. This is a really horrible use for a very, very, what should be a very valuable parcel that can really well serve the residents of Ward 4. This is next to some established neighborhoods. There's a lot of potential for a higher use of this land. And just because a private sector developer hasn't come through yet to do that, maybe that's, an issue with how we approach development in the city of Aurora. I'm trying to get us to understand, better ways to develop our city. I think there might be a need for incentives for some of these folks to be able to build the kinds of amenities that our residents are asking us for. We were talking about climate change earlier, and adding more gas stations actually will, contribute negatively to that reality. Again, that's already a service that's in ample supply in this area, but what we really need is housing and other services in this area. I think a gas station is a terrible use for this area, so I'd encourage y'all to vote no. And if you want to work together on alternatives to, incentivize different kinds of development, I'm happy to do that with y'all. But this is a real lost opportunity for Ward 4.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember
Zavonic.
No, Zavonic. Ouch.
That's all right.
Oh,
It's
my
late.
God.
Look, there are incentives for all of these developers. It's called the free market and consumers. That's what drives where these developers want to build, whether it's a gas station or more apartments or more housing or a grocery store. It's the free market. That's the incentives. We don't need government planning and telling people where to put stuff and saying, if you put stuff here, we'll pay you money. These businesses are in business for a reason, and they understand the market and consumers, and that's the incentive that they have to build and do the things that they do.
So they're ideological twins. That's the problem right now. Further discussion?
Yeah, Mayor.
Oh, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, sir. Just a quick rebuttal to that, basically. If left to its devices, the free market will cover your city in gas stations and sprawl, which is economically unsustainable, environmentally unsustainable, and, well, frankly, it'll look like East Aurora currently, where you just have, high-income food deserts, no amenities, and then, unfortunately, infill that is getting wasted on very low use and low value kinds of developments. So, yeah, I guess we just disagree on that one, Councilmember.
Mayor Pro Tem.
To staff, has there been any applications for housing?
Nope.
In this, on this parcel? There's no interest?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 14A. Call for the question on 14A.
Councilmember Murillo, we need your vote. The motion passes with 6 yes votes for ordinance 2022-42.
Will clerk now please read the title to item number 18A?
My computer. Item 18A is consideration to appoint 2 members to the Cultural Affairs Commission.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
move to appoint Devon Austin and Brian Lauro to the Cultural Affairs Commission.
Moved by Councilmember Coombs, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember O'Connor. Discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 18A. Call for the question.
Mayor Kaufman?
Mayor votes yes.
The motion passes to adopt item 18A.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 18B.
Item 18B is consideration to, I'm sorry, Mayor, my computer froze. Consideration to appoint 1 member to the Veterans Affairs Commission.
Motion.
Mayor,
Councilmember Medina.
Yes, motion to appoint Tyler Hansen to the Veterans Affairs Commission.
Moved by Councilmember Medina, seconded by?
Sundberg.
Councilmember Sundberg. Discussion?
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just have a question on the application. Don't we usually ask the ward? Maybe I missed it on the application.
Let me double check the application. But yes, that should be on there.
Oh, I see it now.
Further discussion?
I guess it wasn't filled out on, I don't know if it's on both.
Further discussion? Seeing
Oh,
none.
I asked a question, it wasn't answered.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, yes, Mayor Pro Tem, we're pulling up the application right now. I think our internet's going a little bit slow.
And that's fine. I don't really need it. For this vote, I don't need it, but just for future, just so we have the ward.
There is an area on here that says ward number. The applicant did not fill out that portion.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we can make sure that we get a hold of them and get you that information.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of item number 18B. Call for the question.
Mayor Kaufman?
Mayor votes yes.
Yes.
The motion passes to adopt item 18B.
Report by the mayor. I have a town hall meeting at Mission Viejo Library located at 15324 East Hampden Circle at 2 o'clock from 2 to 3:30 this Saturday. We'll be discussing motor vehicle theft, homelessness, and water conservation. Reports by Counsel. Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 reports. For the Federal, State, and Intergovernmental Relations Committee, the Senate has released their appropriations bill, and unfortunately, neither of the city's earmark requests are in the bill. Our requests for the original water line replacement and for the MLK library improvements are still in the House bill that has passed and will be in the final bill. There are very few projects that made both versions this year, so it seems we aren't in an unusual position, and we're still well positioned with both of our projects to be funded. Final passage of the appropriations package is expected in December. The Senate passed the reconciliation bill on Sunday, 51 to 50, and the House plans to take up the bill on Friday. The bill includes tax healthcare, and climate provisions. We are beginning meetings with our state delegation to build relationships and prepare for the 2023 session. Departments are in the process of submitting their proposals, state and federal priorities, and those will be shared with the Pfizer and full council this fall. The ADCOG Sub-Regional Forum Executive Committee, I'm on that committee, met last Thursday and approved the 12 projects submitted by the forum members' jurisdictions for the Dr. Cog TIP funding. TIP is Transportation Improvement Program, to be presented to the Dr. Cog for FY 22 through 25 funding. Aurora submitted 2 projects, the Sidewalk Multimodal Access Improvements Project and the Smith Road Multimodal Improvements from Peoria and Powhatan Design, and that will be funded. Additionally, the committee also approved the transfer of ADCOG sub-regional funding allocation in the $992,000 to the Arapahoe Sub-Regional Forum for the South Segment of Town of Bennett TIP project, Kiowa Creek Trail South Segment, so as to leverage the availability of funds in the Arapahoe Forum to fully fund this project. Just 2 things that I attended on Thursday of last week. I attended, along with some of my colleagues, the Global Youth Pilot Camp Program. I think that's what it's called. What is it? Pipeline. Leaders Program, sorry. Camp 2. And we all got, the mayor and along with some of my colleagues, we all got questions from a lot of the youth that were there. We ate lunch, and they actually did they love coming up on the dais, so they had a very interactive time frame. I know Councilmember Coombs attended that on Friday. Myself and some of our colleagues also attended Pride Fest at the Aurora Reservoir, and that was well attended. I think they had over 5,000 attendees. And Mayor, that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Gardner.
No report.
Councilmember Jaworski.
Yes, I would like to report that we have an at-large town hall meeting coming up August 25th at 6 p.m. at the Beck Recreation Center. I would also like to report Jason Lyman was killed this past week while walking his dogs in Aurora. He leaves behind a wife and 3 children. His wife, Karina Lyman, there is a GoFundMe set up. His wife was a stay-at-home mom of these 3 children, and there is a GoFundMe set up, and I would encourage everyone to go place a donation on this GoFundMe. And then also, I just want to send all my love to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office for the loss of Deputy Andrew Puri over the weekend as well, one of their SWAT officers.
Councilmember Zvonek.
No report.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thanks, Mayor. My only report is of my monthly town hall, which is on Thursday the 25th at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Councilmember Sundberg.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple weekends ago, I joined Encounter Church, sponsored the purchase of backpacks, and we stuffed several hundred backpacks. Shop with a Cop event was very positive. It was actually covered by the news this time. Channel 4, thank you. National Night Out was a success in Murphy Creek and Cross Creek. I was the grill master for the bratwurst, the hot dogs, and sponsored a band. Enjoyed meeting the Boring Company, Elon Musk's venture, to see what possibilities they can do near DIA and tunneling. This next week, I'm hoping to get over to the Kroger Distribution Center, very advanced, maybe with some STEM and robotics students, to see the Hive, which consists of about 850 robots moving around there, grabbing food for online orders and sorting it out. Next town hall is not this month, but next month we're going to look at the plume, hopefully with the EPA, with the 1,4-dioxane problem, and look at the threat of PFAS and if that's a concern in our water system. Thank you.
Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things. I went to the National Night Out in Northwest Aurora at Paris Apartments, which was well attended. Community came out in pretty good droves there, so that was great. And also my town hall was last Wednesday, which was well attended, and had a lot of good discussion around the Havana area between 1st and 6th, and that'll be our town hall exclusive. We're going to try to get CDOT together, city planning, to look at the issues they've been having around vehicles going off and hitting people's houses, which almost killed one of the residents' daughters who was sleeping in the bed.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Lawson, for bringing up the Global Youth Leaders event. I'll just summarize that to say that the future is bright and the kids are all right. Our next Ward 4 meeting is this Thursday, August 11th at 6:30 p.m. at Colorado Early Colleges, which is at 1400 South Abilene. And we're going to continue the deep dive into our city's criminal legal system with a presentation from Doug Wilson, who's Aurora's Chief Public Defender. So he'll be talking about the role that his office plays in our city. Our next Family Safety Check event is coming up this Saturday, August 13th, between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. at the JCPenney parking lot at the Aurora Mall. And for those of y'all who haven't been to these events yet, you're able to get help with your car seats, steering wheel locks to keep your car safe, gun locks to keep your weapons secure, prescription drug disposal bags to properly dispose of unwanted medication. And at this one, we're also going to have a partnership with the Colorado State Patrol. So you'll be able to actually get stickers that will chemically brand your catalytic converters to make them much less attractive for thieves to steal. So again, that's going to be this Saturday, the 13th, between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. at the JCPenney parking lot at the Aurora Mall. So I hope to see you all there.
Councilmember Coombs.
All right, thank you, Mayor. My next town hall is on the 16th, that's a Tuesday, at Heather Gardens, and we will be discussing multimodal transportation and sustainable development. On the 20th, I will also have my quarterly Saturday town hall at 10:30 a.m. at Mission Viejo Library, and we'll be talking about water, the water crisis, water policy, and conservation. And that is also the same day as Global Fest, which will be beginning at 11 a.m., as we heard about this morning, so I encourage folks to go to that. I was able to attend on Thursday the Global Youth Leaders program, and I have to concur with my colleagues. It was a really great time. And then this weekend, I attended the Local Progress National Convening and was able to attend some very interesting sessions on multimodal transportation and building power with community. And then I also presented at a session about our cannabis policy and social equity. And this coming Wednesday, on the 10th, I will be participating in another session of the Water Education Colorado Water Fluency Program. So that is all my report.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try to go through this quickly. I attended the HBA 2022 Housing Summit, also National Night Out at Eastern Hills Community Church, the Ward Redistricting Public Meeting, and also I was asked to speak at the Visit Aurora Beach Party, where I spoke to an audience of about 80 planners that will be hopefully bringing some business to Aurora, and then also attended Aurora Pride. We had our first opioid settlement governments meeting for Region 9, so that was a really productive meeting. And then I just want to also just my condolences to Deputy Andrew Perry's family, the El Paso County Sheriff's Department. And then also we had a loss of 3 homes in my ward. And so I just want to thank the Aurora Fire Rescue. They did a phenomenal job, not just in putting out the fire, but also in providing resources to those families to get them, shelter and any other kind of help that they needed. And lastly, we adopted a new dog.
Yeah.
Yes, his name is Carter, and he's mostly German Shepherd, maybe a little crazy cattle dog. I don't know, but he's sweet. That's it.
Meeting adjourned.